So, continuing now with part 3 of the text adventure. Now that we're actually in Tinkertown proper. Now is where the fun shit starts.
Yup.
So, deciding to go with Wendell's suggestion to see what is in stock here in the totally not a reinforced bunker home of Malt, before making any real plan, but those within Quinn's group go to find the Magitech engineer and where she's gone off. Who you
keep
quickly
cutting out
find.
at the very last word. I
don't know why. Let's see here. Oh, I think I know why.
I clean room. I make bed. No. Goober. Any luck then?
Yeah, it's because of my settings. Because I have a long push to talk delay.
Ah.
It was set down to like 20 milliseconds or something stupid.
Gotcha. That did sound
normally
like...
I have it literally at like 200.
Yeah, that did sound like push to talk. Fair enough.
Yeah, I use push to talk. I just normally have the delay set like for like a quarter of a second. But since the settings were reset since I reinstalled, it didn't have that yet.
Yep, because you cleaned out the all of the folders too.
So you go find where the engineers wandered off to. You quickly find as she looks to be just finishing up with Eliwick in a corner which has a lot of Magitech machinery. Now that you take a good look over there. Which Quinn and Tiana quickly identify as a workshop stations for forging and building precise and or delicate medical parts, essentially fabrication equipment. However, Tiana notices something else over there that Quinn misses, as he wouldn't know to look for it, because as far as he knows, no such thing even exists. Now, as far as what it is, Tiana knows that the seeming machine in the back corner, it is actually a specialized forge designed to smelt elemental crystal sand into elemental glass, with each type of glass having specialized uses. Though Tiana recognizes this due to how fire glass makes for very good lining for firearm barrels and chambers, because they will cause these parts to never warp, even under heavy use. The catch is, first of all, figuring out how to make it. Second, having the right tools to work it before the molten crystal cools too much. And third, having the skill and experience required to actually do it. Considering the first two are there in that corner, Tiana can only assume that Malt fits the third criteria. So, while fire glass is no infernal iron, it's easily the next best thing to it for firearm components. Well, other than Ethereum, or Eternium. That stuff's cheating. Infernal iron, however, is very tricky to properly smelt without a Hellfire Forge. Possible, just very difficult to do. So, suffice to say, these aren't easily handed over very easily, nor is the knowledge of how to properly smelt it with or without the Hellfire Forge. So, with that aside, Malt appears to have been waiting for you all. As once she notices that you all see her, she begins to head towards the center structure, before then opening the door on the left of the two doors, in what you can only assume to be the front of this thing. And then makes her way inside, some several dozen paces ahead of you all. Taking a quick look at the right door, and it's easy to tell, even at a glance, that it is much more reinforced than the door that she just opened. You'd need to suspect that the door on the right is probably a vault or an armory of some sorts. By the time you all catch up and enter the central structure, you immediately find yourselves in a bedroom with furniture sized for a gnome. Well, save for the bookshelf on the far right corner, which is normal sized, and contains a great deal of books, surprisingly. though it's too far to make anything out on the bindings without first approaching it. You then quickly find Malt, albeit directly to your right, in front of an impressive reinforced adamantine vault door, all but confirming your initial guess at what the door on the right leads to. Though after inputting something on the mechanical keypad, or the Magitech keypad over what is presumably the door's locking mechanism, Malt actually doesn't open the door. In fact, she instead walks away from it, and towards the far right corner. And just as some of you are about to say something, the bookshelf in front of her begins to move along the wall towards you all, where it reveals what looks to be the same door that she just moved away from. And as this is happening, Malt speaks up. That door doesn't actually open. Both it and the door on the right outside are just slabs of metal embedded into the wall that is masked by a door frame. Garner's a very abrupt and equally amused laugh from Wendell. Not one, two fucking false doors. That's pretty fucking dirty. Suffice to say, you clearly don't want the wrong people in there. Everyone points to the newly revealed door. Oh, I take it this is the only way into that room. Malt softly shakes her head. She begins inputting an opening sequence on the door. Now, this is a lift that leads down. The Major quickly comments on this. Wait, are you telling me that the only fucking way in there is up from below or some shit? Malt simply shakes her head again, causing the Major to crisply gesture her hand to the right wall as she shoots the woman incredulous. Well, how the fuck are you even supposed to get in there then? Malt responds promptly. You don't. After a few seconds of Malt appearing to not elaborate, almost all of your companions look at Biggs and said, about the same time. He simply offers a large grin, but otherwise doesn't say anything. After a moment or two, Wandering Wind gives an innocent shrug and shakes up. What? No spoilers on this one? Garcia gives a crisp shake of his head. Nope! Human Man then gives a small shrug as he continues. You'll find out when you need to. Foxy waves a hand dismissively as another man. Oh, you're no fun. Feel it. Well, he's clearly not worried about it, so that's good enough for me. A conversation, or banter to be more precise, is abruptly cut short at the sound of the door opening to reveal what is clearly a small lift, to which Malt turns back to you all. It'll probably be best to break this into 2 trips, though not because of weight, but because a few of us, some of you, are kind of big. And as both Biggs and Wynn share a glance before shrugging, but the former comment is, fair. Fox then gestures a hand towards Sophia and Ruby. Ladies first. She gives a large smile and a shake of her head from the witch, though no further comment as she and the rest of your female companions move on to the lift, before it and those on it move out of sight, and rather swiftly too. You men then wait a bit more. After what feels like a few minutes, the lift and Malt finally come back into view, and somewhat quickly, causing one to raise an eyebrow. This isn't secretly a portal to the 9 Hells, is it? Actually, a small laugh from Malt, who then shakes her head as the rest of you make your way onto the lift. She then presses a button on the lift's control panel, continuing the lift's Staring as the lift begins to lower swiftly and surprisingly smoothly for the speed that it is going. Meanwhile, comment on Wynn's quip. No, but it does go down quite a bit. As far as I am aware, the Alpidmanos and the Vault aside, our infrastructure back in Mare Fortis is the most advanced on Diotethys, which would be considerably more been anywhere else on this side of the world presently. Alden points to her head, offering a smile as she continues. And I made note to memorize much of it as I could before the voyage set off, as I greatly suspected that something like this was going to happen. I just didn't know what, or to what degree the conspirators would go. Granted, I haven't told anyone other than the Dwarf King, those he trusted to help build this, and now you all about this little detail. No one gets a bit of a guilty look. Not even my sister knows about the space down here. At least, not yet anyway. Because I have a secret. One that my sister didn't know about because she couldn't know. At least, not until we returned to Tinkertown and I was revived anyway. However, I've been revived far earlier than what my sister and I originally planned. Pause for a few moments before letting out a small sigh. Because the truth is, as my sister's telepathic echo, I could read her memories with trivial ease and perfect clarity, and without her being any the wiser to it. He raises an eyebrow at this. All of them? All answers promptly. All of them. Enforcer dons a grin at this. 2 days ago, and this would be the part where I would arrest you, take you in for questioning, and then had you sign more than a few NDAs. Walt simply smiles at this, as the lift then reaches the bottom. And when you all step out... Huh?
No, I'm joking. Sorry, on.
So when you all step out, you do so into a surprisingly large, well-lit room with a somewhat high ceiling, whose walls, ceilings, and floors look radically different from the bunker above, and whose contents at a glance can only really be described as a literal alms cache.
Arms cache.
Cash those arms. Do 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 do.
I'll find my way back to it. Here we go. From several dozen different kinds of firearms hanging neatly on the north and west walls, to just as many miscellaneous armors and equipment on the south wall, and as well as some very curious-looking melee weaponry and other odds and ends munitions on the east wall, which appears to be the same as the lift, as it looks to be right in the center of it. Then there's seemingly countless other containers and contents housing who knows what, lined up in neat stacks on the floor that effectively form several aisles in the room. One Ruina then brings his hand to his side, musing aloud as he looks the room over. Does anyone else feel like a kid walking into a candy store? Or was that just me? Now we jump to...
So much gun.
I believe 50.
Yep, 50 next, which is Indiana's realizations. Hey, remember when we thought we could do this in one day?
Oh, I knew that we weren't going to.
Yeah.
Well, there was hope.
So, do you want to read this, Yami, or someone else? This is a big check.
Yeah, just something to do.
Yami's Jackson.
While the others with you have their attention drawn to the contents of the room, there is something about the room itself that has your attention. While it feels familiar, you then also notice that it's not just you. as Robin is also curious about the room. Following a hunt, you kneel down and take a close look at the floor where you find scratches and indents here and there, almost in a pattern, actually. You then go to the nearest wall, take a closer look, finding similar markings on the wall as on the floor. Holy Suffice to say, something was on the wall, these walls, the floor, and very likely the ceiling that was removed. Which begs the question, if you are building something, what would you need to use so much force to remove whatever it is you installed on the walls, ceiling, and floor? That makes no sense. You then look back to the left and think about just where you are. Which is awfully far down, isn't it? Unnecessarily so. If all you needed was a secret space to store all this warfare tech, and I'm gonna grab a drink.
Fair. Drink that grabbed.
Looking at each of these together, and the conclusion is relatively obvious for those who have seen such a space before. Like Robin, who appears to be unable to put a finger on it, you know precisely what this space is because this space wasn't built per se, but rather was repurposed, much like the space below on Ecclesia's church in Kibohana. Because this room is or was part of an AAL facility given the layout, and comparing it to what you've seen in AAL-FL2 and R04, there's likely a door in the center west wall, which has either been hidden or closed off, though either way, this is one hell of a secret Malt has down here. Not to mention the room's contents, which looks suspiciously advanced for what is commonplace in this area. You then move over to the wall of firearms and take a closer look at them, where it becomes immediately obvious to you that these were designed based on a more advanced firearm, that had been reverse engineered. I didn't do it.
It's like, for once it was me.
Making it not quite as good as the original that it has been developed from, but pretty damn advanced in its own right, which makes the next conclusion fairly obvious. Well, somehow, be it down here or somewhere else, got a hold of some Alpidamos technology and reverse engineered it to employ what she had learned in Milmish firearms. Which, now that you think about it, my equipment up in the workshop was pretty advanced too, wasn't it? You just didn't think much of it at the time. You find it to be little wonder that Malt feels guilty about what she has done here, which is plunder sister's memory for secrets and then bring them to life as best as she could. Meanwhile, Matilda's completely unaware because you forgot the A in the door. And Matilda said she was asleep the overwhelming majority of the time, since she let Malt be in control of her body, which means Malt could have easily done and set into motion the events that led to the finding and repurposing this facility, all without Matilda being none the wiser to its existence, nor the machinations of her sister's plans. Because no matter how you slice it, this is a fully fledged armory, one that looks to be well purposed for a small scale war, a war that is to take place as soon as you all get back to taking control of the city. Malt says she isn't supposed to be revived yet, meaning that nobody was supposed to access this cache yet. Though SICNE, she is revived, it is abundantly clear Malt feels no need to hide the secret from you all, as you are all not working with her sister. You are fairly sure Malt will likely tell Matilda. You forgot the A in Matilda, by the way, you dork. About this space and what is in it after today. Meanwhile, you all suit up with technology. You spelled technology wrong. That doesn't exist. Because if there are no witnesses, well, then it doesn't matter what degree of technology you use to accomplish your goal, now does it? Because dead men tell no tales. Okay, this is fascinating. You spelled technology wrong and then right not that long after.
Not a red squiggly line, I ignore it.
Yep. Proceed, if you will.
I felt very funny and fascinating to me. Yeah, I read that block, and I'm like,
I know. Twins check.
I don't know how the fuck y'all read all of that off that long or whatever. This sucks.
Radio,
Well, you're not used to
and
it.
having done it for so long with D&D, you get used to it. Next is 51.
51.
Judging by the fact that Molt led you to this place directly to stock up and prepare, you can only assume that Molt has figured out what you and your group are up to. Considering most of the equipment in here at a glance is designed to protect this place or stage an assault on something. Either way, you imagine this stuff wouldn't normally leave the building. Which is what leads you to suspect that Molt either knows or has figured out something. Because if there are no witnesses, then using high-tech equipment like this to ensure the job is done well, easier and faster would not be an issue on the first day here in Tinkertown. Especially considering the communication ban. So just as long as you all make it back before sundown, it'll be as if none of this stuff had ever left the building. Because if no one is alive who saw it... I can't read today. Because if no one is alive... Because if no one who saw it is alive... Because if no... Okay, that's what...
Because if no one is alive who saw it...
Yeah, Jesus.
I don't know how I watched that one.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's whatever didn't get corrected.
Yeah. No, I was like, I get the gist, but it was missing a word, or the word was in the wrong place, so I'm like, what the fuck am I reading?
No one who saw it is alive.
Yeah, because no one who saw it is alive. Then it never existed, as far as the world beyond this building's walls are concerned. Suffice to say, between Sophia, Wendell, and now this high-tech armory, a lot has been going your way to make this initial assault on the conspirators' VIPs as damaging as possible. You'd really hate to be in their higher-ups' shoes this evening, as they'll have some explaining to do as far as why this was allowed to happen. Little do they know, but it was actually a perfect storm of coincidences that'll have brought the aftermath of today down on them.
Just as true as ever. Just, we have Bella, who just so happened to be in proximity of Kyon at this time.
And within an hour or so, someone who's going to be needing to burn off a lot of anger caused by this.
There's a very angry time traveler child out there. As the group descends down the elevator, having left the second fake door aside and enter the weapons bunker down below, Quinn walks around a bit, letting out a whistle while spreading his arms out in an impressed gesture, with the corners of his mouth twisting into a smile. I don't think you're alone with that sentiment, Wind. Not even close. Look at this stuff. Having gone around and looked at most of the firearms, he turns to Molt to address her. Seeing as he read your twin's mind, and that she was a PMC for Takuma, I can understand that you had an understanding of how these things work, perhaps even how to build them and make them functional, but you still need components and the actual weapons to figure out how to do it. Materia. Physical items and material. So either Tinkertown had them, the other side of the world had them. That place, what was it? Maria Fortes? The third option would be an AAL or a Takuma secured locations. I don't know how you could have ever gained access to a place like that. So, how'd you get your mitts and enough goods to land a haul like this? This isn't a small feat to have this is a number of extremely high-level firearms and other armaments. He then snaps his fingers. Though, it's very much appreciated. No doubt you already know or have clear thoughts on what we're planning on doing today. I'm sure once Matilda sees this place, she won't be mad, even knowing her thoughts on the whole telepath thing.
Malt listens intently to
53.
your thoughts, before offering you a small smile, shortly after you finish.
Wait, where are you?
On.
It's 53.
I think my internet's derpy 1 second.
Yeah, it is.
No worries.
Odette.
Malt nods at your mention of her sister and your comment about telepathy. Outside of situations where I am in grave danger, I make it a point not to use my telepathy on others, because as a telepath, I know all too well what it would be like to have your thoughts, even your memories, read by someone else. She shakes her head before offering a small frown. It doesn't sit right with me, especially considering that I do not need to read the thoughts and memories of others in the overwhelming majority of situations. Though, admittedly, I do use my telepathy on every person I meet at least once, and that is to double check that they are who they say they are, which is done out of concern for my own safety, especially on this side of the world. Though my sister and I were already organic psionists before being exposed to the No More during the voyage to this side. She points to her head briefly as she continues. This exposure granted every gnome who made it to this side psionic abilities. Meanwhile, those like myself and my sister, who were already psionicists, had their psionics made even more powerful. Though, as far as I am aware, Matilda and I were the only ones on board who made it who are already psionicists. Regardless, this exposure to the aether storm of the No More made our already powerful telepathy that much stronger. Someone brings a hand to her cheek with a thoughtful look. Considering the fact that my sister already held the capacity to use her telepathy offensively before our crossing, it goes without saying that the increase in her psionic power has made her even more dangerous. In fact, if we exclude ancient chronomancers like Biggs and Amafrey Hornraven, I would go so far as to estimate that Matilda may very well be the most dangerous living mortal in our world. Though, with the change Eliwick has underwent, with her champion the will of the Starlit Dreamer, he is pretty high up there now as well. He pauses for a moment, donning a surprisingly serious expression. Because the ambient psionic energy that Eliwick exudes is now exactly the same as the Black Witch, only far less powerful. However, when you consider the degree of psionic power Fiona must have, Holding even a small fraction of that power would make you incredibly dangerous. However, this is precisely what Eliwick has done through her champion Lady Facella's will, and I do not believe she truly understands yet just how powerful her psionics really are now, but I digress. Alton looks at the others browsing the room's contents as she continues. Now, as far as how I got a hold of all of these things, that answer will take a bit of preface. Though, I believe it will be much easier if you all follow me. Alton begins moving across the space towards the west wall.
At Molt mentioning her how Eliwick psionics looks to others looking in, Quinn mutters out his thoughts. Bloody hell. I knew Hornraven didn't age, but to think that she's an ancient chronomancer too. And dangerous to the degree that you say. As far as Eliwick goes, no doubt you've sensed all of it. Fiona's power is indomitable and immeasurable to all existence. Even I could sense as much. How Ellie come to possess the exact same energy formulae as the Black Witch? Considering that, and that she's taken on a mantle from that mad scientist witch, she really is a damn force to be reckoned with. So, I take it you've no worries that she can take care of herself if some people try to do anything unsavory to her? He then follows Molt as she moves towards the west wall, speaking as he walks. What? There's gonna be another hidden or misleading door number 3? You really spared no expense in securing this place. That's a good thing.
We were at what, 55?
This is 55, yeah.
Alt offers a small nod at Quinn's comment about Amafrey. I was quite surprised to learn this about Amafrey myself, especially considering I had once met her on the other side of the world. So when I encountered her by chance in Kibohana while I was searching for AALs the TAS may have missed, we were just as surprised to see each other. As Malt reaches the west wall, you watch as she moves part of the firearm display aside, almost as if opening a small door on it, which reveals an interface panel that Malt begins inputting in opening sequence as she continues. As far as this space we are in, to give a bit of context, presently, this part of the continent we are on is known as... I have no idea how to fucking pronounce that.
Hold on. Let's see, which number is this?
Hiljaki?
Is it Hiljaki, yeah?
Hideki.
Oh yeah.
Hideki.
Hiljaki. That thing. However, that isn't what it was always called, as the name was changed around 700 years ago. Prior to this change, both this land and what is now South GCG was simply known as Rosalia, hence AAL-R-04 being the name of the runes we explored, as the R stands for Rosalia. Now, as far as why that is relevant, it is because of where we are now. He pauses briefly for a moment before finishing what she is doing, and as soon as she does, part of the wall right in front of you all swings open, revealing a hidden double door and the firearm display that blended in almost seamlessly. However, what it opens into is very different than the room you're all in now. The application is not responding. I think it died.
What, the bot did?
Yeah, or something. It's offline. But it only went offline when I told it to stop.
Let me see here.
Did you...
Alright. Yeah, so as the door opens, it enters into a space that's very different than the room you're all in. Because what lies ahead of you is a short hallway with smooth sky blue tiles that cover the floor, while very large, sleek metallic sheets cover the walls in almost a tile-like fashion. And where the walls meet the ceiling is a brief 45-degree incline, acting almost like a seam that extends all the way down the hall, with strange segments of light inside of them every 20 or 30 feet or so. Meanwhile, look along the walls and find what appear to be lockers, several of which having clearly been broken into. Wendell is quick to comment on all of this. Well, you certainly have one big fucking secret down here, Malt. Now, how in the flying fuck were you able to actually keep all this hidden from everyone? Malt offers a small smile. I will get to that here in a moment. Shortly after this, Biggs chimes in as he looks around the wall, ceilings of the hallway. They'll step into it. This facility's in good shape. Real good shape. The boxer behind him narrows his eyes at a nearby wall before running his hand across the surface. Little too good shape, if you ask me. Well, amongst the lockers anyway. Biggs crosses his arms before shooting Malt a knowing smile. Little lady, your big secret just got a whole lot bigger. He raises an eyebrow at this. Just what are you two getting at? And gestures a thumb to the wall. That, relative to AALs, this facility may as well be brand spanking new. Biggs brings a hand to his chin as he walks into the hallway and looks over the lockers while kind of musing aloud. Save for the damage caused by Malt obviously breaking into some of them, there isn't a scratch or a dent on these lockers. Yeah, there's no way this facility is more than a couple months old at the very most. The realization that suddenly dawns on him before he cranes his neck to Malt, pointing at him, the armory behind. Hold up. If this is the locker room, then the room behind us is... Malt nods. The portal room, yes. Big raises an eyebrow at this. Does it still work? Malt smiles. Yes. I just covered all of the runes from view, though it still works just fine. It is how I have been able to come and go through this space over the past year or so. Both Biggs and Wandering Wind respond to this at about the same time. You have a transponder here? You actually have a transponder for this place. Malt nods before pointing to a nearby locker. Yes, I found it in a hidden compartment in one of the lockers. Goblin speaks up with a curious tone. What's a transponder? Quentin looks at Biggs. I died. You want to fix that? Oh wait, no, I forgot to loop it.
Good job.
I think I still have it. Yeah. Biggs then. Well, no harm talking about it. This stuff now, I guess. Anyway, what a transponder is an Alpedinos device that allows you to attune to a teleportation circle like the one in the room over there. From there, you can use the device to teleport to the circle from just about anywhere, where it memorizes where you come from when you used it. So if you were to use it again while on the teleporter that is attuned to, it teleports you right back to where you came from. And gives us smug shrug. As far as Stavma's aware, they weren't very many of these things made, as they were newer technology of the Alpedinos, which actually checks out why you found one here. This facility is as new as the time of the sinking. It looks to Malt. If I'm not mistaken, Minerva Schold had one, albeit hers tied to a demiplane. Well, not. Yes. She used that demiplane as her home. She had invited me to it a handful of times while we were discussing more sensitive work-related matters. Quentin chimes in at this point at the lockers. Did you find anything else of note in these lockers? Quentin bangs a hand to his chin. Yes. In fact, there were actually items in almost all of these lockers, as well as the office space around the corner there. Both Win and Big share a glance before moving around and forward and turn around in the hallway. After a moment or two, everyone follows after, and you come into what was clearly an office space, given the layout. However, whatever hasn't been bolted to the floor has since been removed, likely to have its materials reused by Malt. Though your attention is stolen away from Biggs as he very abruptly shouts out, "What the fuck is this?" Moving over to see what he's looking at, you find a large glass door, and on the other side of it appears to be, well, a jungle actually, and quite literally too. Plants and foliage have completely overtaken the hallway on the other side of the glass door. Without skipping a beat, Wynn cranes his neck to Malt while pointing a finger at the door. You really need to fire your gardener, as this is just unacceptable. It's like, your gardener sucks. There's a chuckle from some of you, before Biggs crosses his arms behind his head with a click of his tongue. Man, this is exactly why I fucking hate AALs. You never know what bullshit you're gonna find in one of these goddamn things until you crack them open. Pause for a moment before looking over to Malt. I take it this was an alchemical and botany research facility. Malt nods. Judging by the documents I found in this office, that appears to be the case. He raises an eyebrow at this as he straightens his posture. Lockers full of contents and now an office full of paperwork? What kind of condition was this place in when you found it?
Pantat? Where'd you go?
That worked.
There.
I was fixing
Gotcha.
being fussy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so big that small. What kind of shape was the place in?
Oh, I'm just laughing at myself. Don't mind me.
I see.
I lost my spot.
Well done.
Mom always said, "Hey, I was
Yeah.
like a box to talk with. You never know what you're gonna get till you open it up."
Yeah, it's like, what random bullshit is in here?
I feel like I was trying too hard to do the Forrest Gump thing.
Yes,
Let's
this
see.
might have.
Now someone brings a hand to her chin with a pensive look.
It is as if the Alpebranos simply left the space as is, which leads me to suspect that this facility was evacuated in a hurry, with people only taking what they could carry, if that. Because if they didn't even stop to get their belongings from the lockers, then whatever they were fleeing from must have been pretty dangerous.
Yeah, these people just fucking left.
Yeah.
They didn't even have time to stop at the lockers. They're just gone.
I get something toxic or whatever. Just offhand.
Yeah, like she came into an office of just everybody having just, got it for lunch and just never came back. Let's see here, do. Ian gestures a hand to the glass door.
Those plants, gone out of control, may just have been exactly that. However, for them to still be alive suggests that there is an ecosystem beyond that door.
Now Ch.1 then turns to face Biggs. She holds out a hand.
On one hand, the Alpebranos likely left everything behind this door in their rush to escape. So there is undoubtedly a lot of alchemical supplies and technology to produce them in there. And if this facility is as new as you say it is, then this must have been some very advanced alchemy being researched here, including a lightning core, if somehow still accessible.
She then holds out her other hand.
On the other hand, this place is no doubt dangerous, which is why I wanted to show you this to you all, as I think it may be beneficial to investigate this place before too long. Because if I found as much material, weapons, and other technology in this office, the lockers, and the portal room, then there is bound to be more of these things further in, especially in the security room and the medical center.
Wondering when they comment at this. That medical center is very likely stocked with all kinds of goodies, because if the Alpebranos evacuated as quickly as they did, then they would have likely left most, if not all of it, behind. Not to mention, it is very unlikely the plants and whatever the hell else is in there would have gotten into the medical supply room, as those are some pretty reinforced doors. It doesn't want to loop for some reason.
Yeah, kind of weird because you put the command in.
Yeah, I've typed it and I've pressed it now. Where was I? Here we go. He then points to the glass doors candidly. Because if that door stopped the advance of this little jungle, then most other closed doors would have as well. Robin speaks up.
In that case, would these plants be mostly in the hallways to and from the research room?
Big answer. That is what I would wager, yeah. And then follows up on this, meaning that most of the goodies in this facility are still safe and sound in their storage rooms. It's just a matter of getting through this jungle to reach them. Aunt looks between Biggs and the Wandering Wind.
As two people who explored many AALs with Takuma, I wanted your opinion on if you believed it is feasible to realistically explore the area beyond this room.
The two men in question share a glance before Biggs answers, before the gesturing his thumb to Tiana. If we brought significant manpower and some of the firepower from the other room, I think it would be very possible, especially with Tiana over there, as plants kind of don't like hellfire. Though, if we were to do this, we would need to do it right, which is by making absolutely certain that we kill all of these plants as we go, which would be a slow process, not to mention whatever else nasty plants that would be constantly harassing us as we do it, but most certainly doable. Wendell then comments at this, all pointing at the glass door. So what you're saying is this effectively... I can English. So what you're saying is that we effectively have to be facing a figurative gauntlet of mutant nightmare-fueled plants as we creep our way forward? Wind offers and shrug. Yeah, pretty much. The Major brings a hand to her chin with a amused smile. So bring plenty of fire and weed killer. Big nods. Thankfully, AALs are effectively fireproof due to the material used in them being stone and metal, and we could very liberally use fire without too much concern, especially seeing as this facility's infrastructure is more or less perfectly intact, so smoke wouldn't be a problem either. And if they're why can I not talk? Ah.
I don't know. Maybe because it's like
Too many
you're
different
still
voices.
in mode mode. Yep.
If they're
Welcome to my world.
if they're ale filtration. I don't know why I'm getting that. If their air filtration isn't working, we just need to be careful with how we use fire. Often speaks up at this.
In that case, I will speak with Matilda tomorrow about it. Because
Why does it just keep stopping? It's just the command's not working.
Did Emmy try putting it in?
L filtration, there you go. The gradual sifting of L to the drain.
Air filtration. Air filtration. Air filtration.
Air filtration.
Loop is already set.
Yeah.
Fuck. Try disabling it and then putting it on
No,
again.
that's what I just did. I did it twice.
Okay.
There you are. There you are.
And where the fuck was I?
Something about air
I have
filtration.
completely lost my spot.
Something about air filtration.
About saying that if the
No, I
air
mean, I've
filtration is
lost
working,
entirely lost it.
it's here. Hold on.
We're around 51 or
Go
It's
back
52.
all the way to the link. Go to that link. You gotta
Look at
go to the
that
next one.
This block.
I fucking hate how it just throws you wherever the fuck whenever
Near
you
the end
tap
of-
between
it's
channels.
it's the last
Yep.
big block from that I linked.
Let's see.
That starts with if we brought significant manpower, you were like almost done with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all thinking.
in that case, I will speak with Matilda about it tomorrow. Because if I was able to create what I have with what I found in this facility so far, I believe it would be very beneficial for us to recover whatever else was left behind by the Elpidaminos.
Big nod. Agreed. With this facility being so new, the technology deployed in it is going to be top of the line, so to speak. We just need to be very prepared, as tearing down that jungle step by step to get to it won't be easy or quick, but certainly doable. Especially with Etienne and his patrons' help, they're going to be our meal ticket down here. All offers a smile at this answer.
Thank you for your insight. With that said, I need to get back to Eliwick, as she is waiting for me. So let's get you all situated with what you need.
She then looks to Quinn.
What do you believe you will need for your operation? Because there's a great deal of versatility of equipment down here that I have created over the past year.
And then I think there was a fair pause here because I was like, what the fuck do I need?
Yeah, so we'll go on 56.
There we go. I don't know why I even started scrolling. After listening to the exchange about the nigh untouched AAL and its current inhabitants, and after Molt directed her question of what the team's needs will be to Quinn, he crosses his arms. Before that, just curious, but based on the explanation of the transponder meaning that it can only mark a place for a single person or a group if they were all to be if they all were to be touching it during the time of the mark or something. Either way, that would be handy to have it placed somewhere around town, in case we need to make a hasty exit. He then takes another look around the armory, which yet again proves to be imposing and impressive. Placing a hand on his chin, he voices his thoughts. Let's see. We want to move fast, but not under-equip ourselves. A primary weapon to suit whomever wants that. To whomever wants what. But considering the circumstances, we won't be needing long-range weaponry. Mostly submachine weaponry or area and or corridor cleaning. With an effective range of 100 feet or so. Top that with all reliable sidearms and for tight situations and or emergencies, or even for a variety, and we should be good. Things like destructive or disruptive ordnances to prevent potential casting or charged effects would be nice too. If not ordnances, means to restrain or limit movement from melee or close range would also be nice. Depends what the folks coming up with me want. Wind over there could use something like that for one. After wrapping up his thoughts, he looks at the AL again. Once things have wrapped up here in Tinkertown, or even as soon as after today, I think we could go on a little moonlight up, assuming people are ready to go. ALs are precious as hell, and if the place is as well preserved as the experts say they are, we could do it as soon as we're back. Unless there are other complications, of course. Yeah, I'm not used to speaking as Quinn. Lost the voice.
Hey, Yami!
What?
Oh my god, this, I forgot!
And yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking
It's
on
only
it.
7
by the way,
blocks
for the-
tags.
Oh yeah, just thinking on it now. By the way, while it's fresh in my mind, what are the odds of there being a fully functional sprinkler system still within that AAL par?
It's in there, but as far as it functioning, that's a good question.
So I'm gonna when we discuss that, I'm gonna give me a note or whatever to remind so I remember to ask about that when we discuss this thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's an ecosystem beyond that door, so clearly there's water in there somewhere.
Because with this, my thought with this sprinkler system, that patron, I mean, well, Indiana's patron, well, Bell already has a black dragon sack, acid sack. Now, if I get a substantial amount of poison from some really big green dragons, like a substantial amount, what do you think how do you think all those plants would react to a mixture of really big green dragon poison and a black dragon's poison sac or acid sac?
Would be a real shame if someone dumped poison in a maintenance filter.
Would the black dragon acid also be really bad for that? For the plant?
You have no idea.
Well, how does acid rain affect plants again? I forget.
They don't like it.
So...
But this is a jungle.
I would imagine it wouldn't be that big of a stretch. So combine poison and acid, and well,
you guys will have to take some samples first before you figure out anything.
All right. Well, just give me a note thing, and then give me a sec. I'm preheating the oven to get. I'm working on getting the oven preheated.
Okay.
Damn it, fuckland.
I told you to tell me.
As you stroll around the makeshift aisles of what is nothing short of an arms cache, there's something about this space that's bugging you. Which is that it is effectively a deposit, or a depot even. Malta's brought what she has either found or created from elsewhere down to here. That's not what is nagging at the back of your mind. In fact, it's almost frustrating, as you know something here is out of place, but you just can't quite put a finger on it. What about 2 fingers?
Yeah. Oh, you put a whole hand on it.
And as you are about to dismiss the feeling, just as you overthinking whatever it is, you feel mental clarity as what it is, as well as that was just not I helped you.
First time Yami gets this track.
Suiri.
Oh.
You know, no, I didn't mean to hit that. Phone. I'm trying to actually put some volume on this thing because I'm mildly curious.
You see, it's the deep thinking track.
I never even listen to the music things when you post them when I go to read.
Well, this track in particular is for the notorious. It's figuring out kind of a big deal shit track.
Well, you don't know. Oh, you don't know it. But your moral reincarnation wouldn't know what it is.
Your fishbowl.
You're a little fishbowl.
Okay, it's a fixed now.
Yeah, it's a bit better.
So, apparently I can't speak or whatever while I have the music box going, otherwise I'm a fishbowl.
Probably.
Okay,
Probably your internet connection.
Yep.
Sure. For the 3rd time reading this.
Welcome to D&D. D&D.
Don't recognize it. Your mortal reincarnation wouldn't know what it is because that wasn't a proper chrono shift.
You just died.
Proper chrono shift was the last thing that we heard.
We've made it through a block.
Yay!
I'm about ready to say piss on it. What was the last word again?
Proper chrono shift.
because that wasn't a proper chrono shift that changed something just now, but rather something much more
Nuanced.
going on purpose.
Okay.
As it directed you to an outcome which you know from your many battles allied, again on purpose, with Maria and Tariq to be a Farseer exclusive, meaning that this was either Biggs or someone else. You then glance to find that the totally not lucky days avatar Wandering Wind, where the two just appear to be inspecting some firearms options and appear to be rather impressed and very distracted. So you highly doubt it was Biggs just now. Well, there isn't exactly a long list of Farseers in your world, so excluding Biggs, it narrows it down considerably. The newly rebranded Sophia has the power of time travel and Farseeing. However, she has effectively locked away her chronomancy, and as the god of chaos, she wouldn't be able to completely hide that from you as your ESP. Don't fool him, he has ESP. You mean he's psycho? No, psychic.
He's very psycho.
Is really damn good now. Meaning that someone who is not manifest on the material plane, which immediately rules out Maria, as she would need to be at the very least manifest outside of time, as she is not a being of essence, which leaves two people, Fiona and Oriana, and you know which one it is not, as she is with Matilda and the others. So why is Fiona down here watching you all? Might be the better question now that you think about it, is why would she care about something like this? Because this is a bit too putting your thumb on the scale for the Black Witch, suffice to say. This isn't how Fiona operates. Not to mention you should have been able to sense her by now. If it were actually her now, that you would be aware that you are aware of her presence, which means she isn't here, so it's someone else, someone new. At least new to you, anywho, because you aren't sensing any familiar essences around you. So, however, you do sense someone, but someone you haven't met before, and they are really good at hiding. After a few minutes of trying to locate precisely where they are, and as well as who they are, you give a mental fuck it and give up for now. They clearly are helping you realize something important, so that's good enough for now.
It's like, yeah, I can't fucking find them. Good enough. It's like, they're helping me, that's all I need to know.
And I did my due diligence in at least attempting to find.
So it's more or less no one that we know of.
It's like, he just exhausted all the Farseers that you guys know. Farseers / people who can Farsi.
Well,
Yep.
anyone who may have been observing, well, I legally did my part in looking around, or whatever. So,
Well, almost anyway.
you look across the aisle to a box on the ground that's a little different than the others around it, which is under some underboxes as well, almost as if it's hiding. So you gingerly move the contents atop it aside, and look over to what Malt's up to. As you do, you find the gnomish woman watching you. Upon her noticing that you notice her, she offers you a small smile before returning her attention back to helping Quinn. She clearly knows that you know and has no qualms in it. Then again, you are pretty sure that you are the only one here with the knowledge to notice this little detail. With that thought, you pry open the box, and sure enough, I'll laugh if it's actually Malt who happens to have some Farseeing. I highly doubt it, but that would be funny. Grenades.
I wonder.
There's nothing that can definitively prove that to it all, so I'm not even gonna ask about it. But yeah, and sure enough, grenades. Some early models still developing technology grenades, but ones that have been tried, tested, and improved upon. They're by no means modern, but they are very advanced for this era, which means only one thing. This is Alpidamos technology. Yeah, I can't pronounce the proper thing, so that's as good as you're gonna get. Fuck you.
Ilpidemos.
Not unlike Gesundheit. Not unlike the rifles you found in AAL-R-04. And at that thought, you stop for a moment. This is R-05, so the AAL that came next after R-04 on this continent. And this facility is very new relative to the thinking, which suggests R-04 also was relatively new. That was perfect timing for that hiccup burp. So you wouldn't be able to tell that it hadn't been mostly destroyed. However, this AAL tells a different story because what you learned back from a peek in the mainframe in the security room of FO2, while the evidence was being collected, you learned a rather curious detail, which is that each branch of AAL worked towards a common goal, and that the later AALs often play off the findings, data, and fruits of earlier ones. What you heard from the handbag and the others about FO1 was that it was a biological research facility. Meanwhile, FO2 was, in secret, a chronomancy research facility. At a glance, one might wonder, how are these related? Well, when you think about it, and just how depraved the research in FO2 was, the conclusion is kind of obvious. Genetic mutation. To be precise, genetic manipulation. Oh great, we got some, that one Japanese camp going on.
Just an average day in an AAL.
Yeah, it's only on the level of actual war crimes that just got brushed over because Japan now makes a bunch of commodities that everyone loves.
Yep. They give us anime waifus. All can be forgiven.
Yeah, which is good enough.
FO1 was conducting or committing biological experiments to be applied in FO2. Because if these twisted fuckers that ran the place aren't against breeding scores of new children in order to create a chronomancer, you can be sure that they weren't above genetic mutation in hopes of better results. But you cannot help but wonder if FO2 had entire wings of it that were secretly hidden, that were dedicated to their breeding, housing, and experimenting on test subjects. What do you suppose the odds that FO1 did too? Sock and the others weren't able to go to some parts of the facility, instead been blocked off by cave-ins. So as you think about it, there's a problem with those cave-ins, isn't there? Sock and the others mentioned that the wards that kept the place immaculate and whatnot were still active, which implies out to the wall. That applies to the walls, ceilings, and floors, would it not? Hell, anything in those wards would not deteriorate, including the structure itself. No, if you all saw this in FO2, as it had no such damage, as it had the wards active, plus an extra one via Ethiopia.
Isotope.
I feel like that's a good way to get a smack to the back of the head.
That's funny.
However, that was a barrier to keep things from going in and out, not to prevent erosion. I need another set. Fuck.
Good idea.
Well, good thing this is like your only other one. And then you have like one or two other checks and they're not long.
Imagine if we did have to read out the fucking Fosella mini text campaign. I think Azu would die.
Well, Facel is easy to do, so it wouldn't be that bad.
There's also a lot of her. Like 60,000 words.
Lots of Facela. But yeah, so you guys only got this because of who Valikos is and what he knows.
Thinking about it, if you were responsible for unspeakable horrors during a time of crisis, you would still want to ensure nobody ever catches onto your tracks or what you did. Better yet, it would be the perfect time to cover your tracks, would it not? You as a double greatly suspect that something was hidden in FL1 and overlooked. Minerva probably suspected it as well, as she would have known that the damage in FL1 sustained didn't make sense. However, she wouldn't have said that, as obviously Minerva Shoda wouldn't possibly know this. Thinking of Minerva, as you recall, she wanted to go to FL6, which she later revealed to be... You replaced the G with an H in Magitech.
Mahitech.
A Mahitech research facility. Yes, it's researching Mahi.
That sounds like a hot beverage.
Mahi.
It's an alcohol research facility.
It's research.
Mahi is an actual alcoholic drink.
Mahi is a fish.
Oh wait, so it is. Never mind.
It's a fish research facility.
Hey, why not? Hey, if Minerva just released into the fish, didn't you know?
Gotta get that good sushi.
That had to be a part of what she needed for her machine. Which you still don't know a lot of details about, but is what she plans to use in order to race their continent. Some machinery would be found there. In fact, you would bet that FL6 was what created or constructed devices during a culmination of the Voitia branch of the research facility. That burp tasted funny.
What?
Because what is at the very end of any large-scale research and development project? Development, or to be precise, fabrication. You find it no coincidence that, given who she is, Minerva would know precisely where to go to find not only what she needed, but what can be used. Out of all the AALs on Minerva's shopping list for parts, FL6 was at the top of her list. Why? Because that is where proper Magitech devices would be constructed, perhaps. And if R04 taught you anything about the evacuation of the AALs just before the sinking, is that some things had to be left behind. There's simply too much to move in a timely manner, so you have no doubt that in your mind that FL6 has some derelict Magitech goodies in it. In fact, you intend to give the place a very close inspection once you and the rest of your companions from the other side get back to the swing of things over there.
Because AAL F06 is at the top of the list of what to do when you get back.
Yep, 06 is one of the more...
Hey, you get to go through the forest! Yay!
Fuck.
Lolly snatcher.
Oh yeah. Clack would have left. Who the fuck has Clack's backpack? They would have all the goddamn anti-lolly snatch fucking maneuvering gear over there.
If you gave it to someone, I don't remember.
I don't
I'll
remember.
just see. I can find it.
Someone has.
Well, we don't need to see now, Emmy.
Yep, I know. I wasn't gonna suggest that.
So, if you were to apply that logic to FL1, it makes perfect sense. It's a little hard to make a facility full of crimes against humanity go away. Japan pulled it off, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, they gave us life. El Pivanos gave us a giant trench of the world about to be destroyed.
In the midst of an evacuation, blasting hallways to the evidence and sealing off would be the only real feasible option, now wouldn't it? The only reason FL2 didn't meet the same fate is because Key staged her little takeover of the facility just as the sinking was about to begin. But neither of the facilities are here nor there. What is here in this one, however, a big find. I just remembered something. I could very easily, Val could very easily contact Minerva because she's on this side temporarily also because of everything, I believe. So.
Yep. She's currently in Kibohana.
Hey Minerva, by any chance would you happen to know what's in the one over in this code name here by chance?
Like, hey, what's an AAL-R-05?
Isn't Minerva on the other side?
She is with everyone else from the City Ruin crew that's currently over in Kibohana, remember?
Yeah, she's in Tsurai Zakamachi.
Along with the note you sent me, before I continue reading, I'm going to put to do thing.
Ask Minerva about AAL-R-05. We're like, what's in this shit?
Okay.
In R-05. There. I know I took a small pause in there. It's just while it's still fresh in my mind to do so. Because I know me, I would forget otherwise. I hate the spoiler text shit because now I lost my place trying to find it.
Well, it's at the top of the second to last block.
Okay, I found it. Because as you are looking over the grenades, you inspect them closely, very closely, and find that these are all almost perfectly identical. And my laptop just dumped. Son of a bitch.
Here.
God damn it. I hate technology. This is another reason why I want a fucking desktop on here, so I don't have to hard reset my laptop to do anything.
Yeah, that'll be convenient. Best of luck with that. Any luck?
I had to wait on my. We'll see. I'll read it off from my phone because fuck it. For the time being. Hey, my
That
laptop
works.
booted up. But I'm still gonna read it off from phone because I gotta get the food stuff in the oven anyway. Because as you're looking over these grenades, you inspect them very closely and find that they are almost all perfectly identical, too perfect. Their design is uniform without any flaws or deviations. Something that objects created by hand could never do. Which means these are factory made these are factory made via assembly line. Because people, even doubles, are flawed inherent beings. Ask someone to make 20 by hand, and there are going to be some blemishes or other telltale signs of handcrafted craftsmanship. Something that these explosives lack completely, so the conclusion here is as obvious as it is very interesting. Which is that, at the very least, the housing of these grenades was not crafted by hand, they were fabricated by machine, which raises another interesting question. Which is that, at the very least, the house. Oh no, I read the wrong part. I started reading the wrong paragraph because I'm a genius. I decided to set these aside for now, as there's some much bigger and more important fish to fry. So you make your way over to the firearm displays of some sidearms and collect a few of a single model and bring them back to your box of spicy pineapple. Spicy pineapple. To take closer inspection of them, where you then proceed to take them apart to get a look at the inner workings of them, as this will give them the most definitive answer. But a third one, you already have a clear answer, but just to be safe, you take apart a fourth, which seals the deal. The metal of these firearm components were not cast in traditional molds. They were shaped by machine fabrication. And you can tell by the smell of the metal that these are fresh, as in these firearms were not laying around in a box for 14 centuries. These were made months, if not weeks ago. Oh, it's been a busy little bee. Firearms are Molt's specialty. In fact, she is one of the leading authorities in not only firearms, but ballistics in general on the surface world. Last you checked, then there's Ruby, who is effectively the same, albeit for explosives. So if anyone could figure out machine fabrication based on visual reference, it would be Molt. And if anyone could aid in the exploding parts, it would be Ruby. Those two have been busy little beavers. Molt did mention on the way here that she had perfect recall and clarity of her sister's memories, so it would be far-fetched to believe that Molt had an accomplice. Not to mention with just how many Alpidamos devices, especially firearms, that would Matilda have handled, dismantled, and or performed maintenance on during her time as a contractor for Takuma. Weapons she was only allowed to use due to who she worked for. As you know, Gerald was letting her use whatever, including stuff she wasn't supposed to. Because who's gonna find out? They are the field branch of the field of they're the field branch. Field is internal affairs. What are they gonna do? Investigate themselves and find evidence of wrongdoing? That sounds like some good old FBI bullshit right there.
We have investigated ourselves and found no evidence of wrongdoing.
That reminds me of a newspaper headline. Federal agents raid gun shop, find weapons.
It's like, no shit, what did you expect to find?
Absolutely.
Marshmallows?
Yes.
Like, wouldn't you be more concerned if they didn't find weapons after raiding the gun shop?
Gerald's like, here, use this. Admin will have an aneurysm if they find out you use that, but they'll never know.
Take this weapon, it's super powerful, especially against living things. Then there's whatever the fuck else Matilda would have handled that Malt could have had ample time to examine in detail. And if your theory about an accomplice is true, have ample time to make these creations come to life. After all, is that not the role of a Magitech innovator? Also, Ruby's a Magitech and engineer also. How could she not be if she worked alongside the lead authority of Magitech engineering on the surface of Diotepis for several months, upwards to a year or so?
And now you know why she's an innovator and an engineer.
Fucking hell. I don't see how y'all do longer shit like this as often as you do. My jaw feeling like a snake jaw after yawning, if you know that, if you can picture it.
Yep. Yeah, that checks out. Also, it explains where Ruby has been. Robin Ruby.
Yeah, you're absolutely certain that you just figured out why this place is a literal fucking bunker within a bunker within a bunker. It's because the TAS would have an aneurysm if they knew what Malt and probably Ruby was cooking down here. Not to mention, Malt's completely faithless, so spying on her via Chronicle would be pretty much impossible, as she isn't even in it. So unless you know precisely when and where she is without using Chronicle, you wouldn't find her. Unless by complete happenstance, of course, but that's just coincidence at that point, saying fuck you. Which, when you consider this facility still has the original Epidemos wards in place, that chance. Wards in place. Ah, fuck up. Bad chance of that shit. Nobody's gonna find this place? Hell no, not even chronomancers could find it. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Oh, I'm just reading this.
Oh, wait, what?
This is all too perfect, isn't it? Not to mention too convenient. The level of discretion, secrecy, planning, and professionalism. Only those without anything to gain and everything to lose, if a leak were to happen, could have pulled this all off. Meaning that this orchestration of this scenario wasn't the work of mortals, so it has doubles written all over it. As well as the Wicked Weaver too, now that you think of it.
Valkos is
Oh
like,
boy!
this is definitely the work of devils and probably Facella.
Okay, adding another note. Isabella, how much can you tell me about the workings of going on here? Okay, I believe that's all I'd have to read there.
Yep. But yeah, 20 and 13 eventually got some really juicy stuff. Okay, that was 57, so we're on 58. I have no idea what it is yet.
Hey, it's another 10 blocks for Yami.
The reason I'm adding a mark to ask Fasel about what's going on, the details with the doubles there about it, just to make sure all the I's and T's are crossed or what, and dotted or whatever. And in terms of knowing which doubles, just because still trying to investigate, trying to play internal affairs also with. Okay, what doubles are in playing ball and what aren't? Because while I'm sure that Fasella would have screened them thoroughly, it still helps to know which ones were and were not involved. Because process elimination.
So where are we now? I roughly know where.
Ask them. I mean, I did my part.
I just saw this thing and fucking died laughing.
Nice.
Bro, it's all League of Legends is free. Literally the devil.
Yep.
Yeah, play ranked. It's worth it. Play ADC. You will have fun.
It is a
trust.
devil's game, well and truly. But yeah, let's proceed. Get to the rest
My
of this.
favorite is it's just one loss, bro. That's my favorite one, but yeah.
Yep. We're almost at the end, I think.
So fucking dumb. But so accurate.
Fucking dumb, I love it.
It is.
You asked where we are. We're off in the land of shiny thing.
Yes, we are.
I have found a way to outsmart the bot.
Which is?
Q2 tracks and then loop the Q. So if it doesn't want to loop single, well, make it have to go to the next track. And then have to make it go to the next track indefinitely. So it's not so much looping as it's just cycling. Alright, 5, you're up.
What? No, isn't it more?
We're at 58 now.
Let's see.
Yeah, 58 small.
58. Oh, yeah, here we go. I clicked on the wrong. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Wait, no.
Question.
Wait. No,
Yeah, there's something
because it
missing
is me.
there.
Yeah, it is me. There's a response from me before that. Okay. Never mind. And then we go to Mold. Okay. Quinn gives a whistle at the portals. Damn. That borders on inconceivable, and certainly not prevalent. You can go into the details of how this thing works precisely a bit later. But for now, everyone heading out should attune to this transponder. That way we have a way out in case anything happens. Wait. No, because... What? Were we at 57? This is missing stuff.
It is. I do believe 56 was with what Jess just read, and then it's back to
Pretty sure 57 was Jeff.
No, 57 is... No, I read 57, then...
57 is... Valakos' thing.
Yeah. But 58 is missing because... Yeah, because this goes... This is before. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, some things never change. Win still fucks with Sophia.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's where it starts, and then we go to 57, yeah.
So is the game. Now your question about the responder, Malt. Stretch. At your question about the responder, Malt offers a small nod while retrieving a black rectangular device that looks somewhat bulky to her as a gnome, but otherwise looks to be very simple at design at a glance.
That might not be a bad idea, actually. Now, as far as how its exact functions work, it is effectively the same as the teleportation circle spell, but with two distinct differences. The first being that only people who can use it have to be attuned to the same location as the device, which is achieved by standing in the center of the room over there and then holding this third button for 30 seconds. The device will then take note of everyone on its attuned portal room and authorize them to use this device's teleportation. Well, not exactly, because this device doesn't actually incorporate teleportation at all.
She then holds the object out in front of her before pressing one of the 4 buttons on the device, causing a large portal to form in front of her, as well as some motion in the corner of your left eye, drawing your attention in that direction, where you find another portal, apparently with both you and Malt on the other side of it. Both Wind and Big stop what they're doing to look over at it, with Tabaxi pointing at the portal in the center of the room, candidly. Okay, now that is cool. A look of realization that almost immediately dawns on him, before he very quickly retrieves from a small pouch on his armor's belt what looks to be a small pebble, actually, to which he then shuffles a bit to his left, holding up his hand, and appears to wait a few seconds before the man then tosses the pebble through the second portal, just before the two close, and promptly returns to looking distracted as the tiny rock haphazardly sails over you and Malt's head. And just as you wonder where it is going, you hear a yelp ring out from Sophia.
Also, before we continue, can I Actually, no, Quinn wouldn't know to check, but I'm like, is that rock like some kind of fucking masqueraded device or something? Because it just feels weird to me that he would just have random pebbles.
Which he brings it to you, it's just a rock. It's just a basic bitch rock.
I would like to inside check the rock.
Just an ordinary rock.
So, it rings out from Sophia, who reaches down and picks up the pebble before looking in the direction that it came from, which leads her vision to fall right on you, leading the woman to shoot you a mildly amused look as she approaches you and Malt, where she looks between the two of you for a moment, before attention settles on you as she holds up the pebble.
Judging by the message I just received, I assume you needed me for something, Quinn?
You've been framed.
By a fucking cat. What about this insight check?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think that's next.
Yeah, and then it continues. Yeah, it continues to my response, and then to Malt's. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. God damn it, we almost had all of it right. I don't know how the fuck I missed this. This
Well
guy
done.
is as cool as... Yeah. Insight on Wandering Wind. This guy is as cool as a cucumber, and acting as seemingly natural as anyone could be. If not for the fact you literally watched him do it, you could never have suspected that he did anything at all. Suffice to say, this guy is good at acting. Like, really, really good. Dare you say, of the caliber that's in the same league of the likes of Richard Hans. While you know from Sophia that Wandering Wind is the avatar of Lucky Days, and that his avatar is effectively an exact copy of him, you cannot help but wonder where he picked up this skill set, as this degree of turning on a silver from one demeanor to another takes some serious training to pull off well. Especially to do it this naturally too. Malt, Matilda, Robin, and Biggs all appear to know who he is to varying degrees, and Matilda mentioned that he operated on the other side of the world, where he appears to have faked his death and is now on this side. Given that he's an avatar, you imagine this wouldn't be too difficult to pull off, seeing as transportation from one side to the other is effectively non-existent, outside of intervention from godly beings or witches. Which then leads you to suspect that someone with an avatar can just place them wherever they want after the avatar dies, which, suffice to say, would be an extremely useful tool. Now add in the fact that Wandering Wind is apparently an expert interrogator, and it becomes all too apparent that this guy is clearly former big league in experience. A former Takuma, yes, but watching him closely here just revealed this guy is too good to be some grunt. So he must have been a mule working towards some end.
Mole.
Is that meant to be a mule or mole? Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
mole.
like, it's meant to
A
be a
mule,
mole.
he's just carrying stuff because he's a grunt, I guess.
Because he has fucking 20-something strength. 26, 24, something stupid. Though, what you find curious is the prominent religious symbolism of the Storm Queen on his armor. Considering just who and what Lucky Days is, you wouldn't think him to be amongst the faithful of any godly being. However, that doesn't appear to be the case, as Wandering Wind is certainly a cleric of the Storm Queen, and if that's the case, you wouldn't be surprised if this guy was actually the Storm Herald. The possibility of Divine Champion briefly comes to mind, but you could dismiss that idea, because you know from Odigos that the Divine Champions of your world's godly beings have been instructed to steer clear of you all, and the rest of your companions, if at all possible. Regardless, Wind just unwittingly showed a small peek of his hand here while messing with Sophia just now. A peek that only a trained professional watching closely could have even remotely had a chance of catching a glimpse of. In other words, someone like you and just like you were.
Yeah, this one couldn't realize that this guy's good.
Yep. He's not just good, decent or good. No, he's really fucking good.
Yeah, it's like, wait, this isn't just his avatar. Like, this is Lucky Days, so this is like the dude upstairs can do this.
Yep.
It's like, who was this guy before he became what he was? It's pretty much what Quinn would be thinking. Like, who was this dude?
Uh-huh. Definitely a question up there. There we go.
Guess who muted themselves and forgot to unmute?
Nice. We need
This
to
Storm
whistle
Queen
to-
stuff.
Yeah.
Insight. Interested in seeing what things are going on the front with Akifi.
Uh-huh. But that's there. Quinn gives a whistle at the portals. Damn. That borders on the inconceivable, and certainly not prevalent. You can go into the details of how this thing works precisely a bit later, but for now... Wait. I just got a deja vu, whatever. But for now, everyone head down, shoot it into this transponder. That way we have a way out in case anything happens. As Wandering Wind's message hits Sophia square in the forehead, Quinn gestures a thumb behind him at Wandering Wind. He's the one that pinged you, and since you're here, he can cross his arms. I could use the help of your professional opinion on our loadout heading out. What do you think of the setup I've laid out here?
Let's see what's next.
The message that comes immediately afterwards, which is Molt and Sophia.
Let's see. Well, not that your comment about the transponder's foil.
From what I've been...
Here we go.
From what I've been able to gather from the evidence, or from the device, and the paperwork left behind in the office in the other room, portal technology was cutting edge.
Oh no, has it figured me out?
No! Best Music Bot 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, it died. Like, it actually died.
He's like... It's like, I'm being abused for my purpose. In that case, I shall take you down with me.
Body issues again.
Yup. It died. Like, straight up died.
Yoin. There.
Let's see here. Demult, common transformer, blah blah blah.
Portal technology was cutting edge for the Elpidmanos just prior to the sinking. Though, I couldn't find anything that went into detail about how it works. Only that it was a revolutionary way of harnessing aether magic.
It gives a small shrug.
So we know, at the very least, that it is operated by aether magic. Which means it could technically be used in the border ethereal as well, though it likely would not function properly in another plane of existence. Anyway, when we are done here, we'll discuss where I should leave an emergency portal location, as I can use the device to a location for when I use the function to open the portal, so that it will open a portal at that location, even if I am not there, provided I am not more. than a few miles away. I don't know the exact distance, but it is easily within the range of anywhere in the city.
The woman looks to the center of the room for a few moments as she continues.
From there, you could just contact me via Linkstone if you need me to open it and when, as the portal only remains open for about 20 seconds. And once I have used this device, it takes about 10 minutes to recharge enough to do it again. At least, to do so without overloading it. Meaning that it can be used again before that in the event of an emergency. But I'll have to do some maintenance on it before it is operational again.
When Sophia reaches you, and you tell her about the true message sender, cranes her neck into Tavoxi's direction with a flat look.
I suppose some things never change.
Despite this, Wandering Wind appears to pay her no mind, to which you then begin to go over what you have with Malt. Upon finishing, the woman brings a hand to her chin with a pensive look.
I believe it is safe to say that our biggest hurdle will be managing sound. As to deploy technology ordnance capable of handling small concentrations of people before they can start running off or shouting, it's going to require measures that are by no means quiet. So even if we eliminate all of the witnesses, we still need to be able to take into consideration that Wind will need about a minute to draw his circle before we can move on to the next target. Meaning that if we are too loud, there is a high degree of probability that somebody nearby will come to investigate the noise. So unless we are able to clean up the crime scene immediately, this will probably be a problem in more populated areas. Wendell, who's been largely observing your exchange, comments at this. I can assure that there's some of the targets in there, rather populated areas, yes.
Phelan takes a deep breath before exhaling an exasperated sigh.
I was afraid that would be the case.
And then looks at Maul as she continues.
You wouldn't happen to have any countermeasures for mitigating sound, would you?
Maul brings a finger to her cheek with a difficult expression.
The scenarios I prepared this equipment for largely consisted of situations where the need for subtlety wasn't really a concern, as we would either be defending the base above or moving into town for a major operation.
She then reaches into a pocket of her jumpsuit to retrieve a wand as she continues.
Unfortunately, this wand of silence is the best that I can do, though I'll look into making a better option this evening, should the need arise again.
Eltron then passes the wand to Sophia, who looks it over for a moment before commenting.
So we have 6 uses, technically 7, of the silence wand, via this.
She then looks to Wandering Wind.
As a cleric, Wind no doubt can cast it, though he'll be on the lookout while we engage the targets. So I think it is safe to assume that he will likely use it to handle anyone who happens to take notice of any noise we make.
Voxy then comments at this while giving a thumbs up. Without looking away from what he's doing. That is the idea, yes. I'll be able to do a bit of damage control from outside of the fight to deter people from entering the area and eliminate those who I cannot shoo away. Considering I'll likely be somewhat out in the open for some of these targets, I will definitely need to reserve my spell casting and concentration, or if push comes to shove out there. Olivine, who's been investigating the contents of the aisles, speaks up with a quick comment.
from across the room once Wynn does. Likewise. And thus, Sophia returns her attention back to you. Which I do believe leaves you as the only other person with us capable of casting the silent spell, because I cannot perform conventional spell casting. You turns Malt. Now, regarding the equipment we will need, I believe Intian over there found some solid solution for handling preemptive crowd control, or unexpected crowds, though it will likely be wise to use that degree of explosives in conjunction with a silence spell, as they will be highly effective, just very loud. Now, as far as primary weapons, I believe Quinn's assessment is more or less the long and short of it, as power and control in close quarters will be our first priority of weaponry. Putting her hands to her side as she continues. What sorts of options do you have with these things in mind? Nods before moving to one of the gun displays, and then points up to a particular group of firearms, which both you and Sophia take one before looking it over. Suffice to say, at a glance, the design is impressive. Very impressive. Meanwhile, Malt continues. The concept of a full rapid-fire weapon has been theorized now for almost 2 millennia by us gnomes, though the technology to actually make such a thing reality seemed like a distant pipe dream at best, even now at present day, because it required overcoming several mechanical hurdles that we gnomish engineers couldn't even begin to grasp possible solutions for. Simply put, we lacked the technology and knowledge needed to address these issues. Even the Alpidamenos, with their vast technological superiority, could not develop a true full rapid-fire weapon. They came close, but not quite. She brings a hand to her chin with a somewhat thoughtful look. The problem that the Alpidamenos faced with their conceptual designs was that the firing mechanism could not sustain a high rate of fire long before warping, breaking, or in some cases, literally exploding. Granted, this wasn't even a proposed rapid-fire design, simply a high rate of fire, which the Alpidamenos ultimately addressed with the use of lightning magic via a miniature lightning core, not to be mistaken with a micro core, as the latter is much smaller. Pause briefly before continuing. The rifle that I have is in fact one of these Alpidamenos weapons, which I have since redesigned a handful of times now. However, I kept encountering the same issues that they did. So while the Alpidamenos developed a method to prepare rounds of ammunition for a much faster rate of fire, the use of lightning magic produced considerable heat, meaning that they had a hard cap on the weapon's rate of fire. Otherwise, the miniature lightning core would warp the metal of the weapon. It looks to Quinn. By sheer stroke of luck, Luan, Tuhan, and I recovered a GCG Dragon Tech sidearm from a group of assassins that came after Halona, where we found that GCG had discovered a revolutionary design that used the recoil of the firearm's discharge to automatically position the hammer in place for the next shot, meaning that the operator of the firearm only needed to do this for the first shot fired after reloading. So, theoretically, the weapon could fire as fast as you could feed it ammunition. However, BCG hadn't developed a way to feed ammunition directly into the weapon's firing chamber. Not to mention, they had no solution for quickly preparing black powder charges either.
Malt gestures a thumb to the open doorway to the locker room as she continues.
The Elpidrenos effectively sidestepped these issues by using Magitech to prepare the projectiles and fire them, which reduced the amount of black powder needed considerably, allowing for a design where black powder needed could be simply adhered to the projectile. This achieved a much higher rate of fire by allowing the preparation of multiple rounds of ammunition at a time. Not to mention, it was much quicker to reload than other firearm designs too, making their firearms very easy to operate and equally reliable, provided you didn't push them too hard.
She then cups her hands over her chest.
As for us gnomes, we designed an internal compartment in our firearms in the form of a rotary cylinder that housed both the projectiles and black powder charges side by side and could hold upwards of 24 rounds of ammunition, which were then fed into the firing mechanism by a small crank on the side of the rifle, which would set in place black powder charges and projectiles at a rate of 2 rounds per rotation to a maximum of 6 rounds ready to fire, before the crank would need to be rotated again. This design allowed for a much faster rate of fire than any other firearms made. The catch, however, is that reloading our firearms easily takes several seconds longer than most other firearm designs, as well as a greater risk of misfiring under heavy use due to so many moving parts.
Ch.1 points at the firearm you and Sophia have.
Now, as for this firearm, however,
Malt pauses a moment before offering a small smile.
Follow me.
Wait a minute, it sounded like Malt was describing a fucking Gatling gun.
Like early Gatling guns, yeah.
Something like that.
Except for the Gatling gun was pretty fucking reliable, Robert, because, well, developed by a surgeon who hoped the sheer degree of casual injuries and whatnot caused by its fire rate and whatnot and battlefield effectiveness would scare people away from war. The road to hell is paved in good intentions, is it not?
Yep.
Yep.
The woman retrieves from the bottom of the display what looks to be the same type of firearm, but in a more gnome-friendly design, as well as 2 of what Intiana immediately recognizes at a glance to be magazines. Malt then retrieves a large board with what looks to be a target painted on it, and then walks into the locker room hallway. Once at the far end of the hallway, and sets up the board in place on the wall, which you all now realize has been transformed into a small firing range. The woman then takes one of the magazines and then clips it into the side of the weapon. And then clips it onto the side of her jumpsuit, and then loads the other into the firearm, before locking and then looking back at you all as she puts in a small pair of earplugs.
The funny thing is, the Gatling gun isn't even the first of that. Isn't even the first weapon of that type. It's just more well known than the first one of it.
Mm-hmm. That's often the case.
Gatling gun.
Are you all familiar with the James Puckle gun?
No,
Can't say that I am.
I am not.
Yeah, that's why when Wendell was using your weapon, she like cranked it a whole bunch. It's like she's preparing a lot of bullets.
A lot of bullets.
Like a fucking Christmas Carol music book.
Yeah, you crank it up and it makes sounds of death.
Exactly.
The three I just said were the James Puckle gun. It was the first of the weapons like the Gatling gun. Which this one came up with around Revolutionary War times in 1719 or whatever. As opposed to the 1800s with the Gatling gun.
Alright, so Malt.
I took the best of all of the aforementioned firearm designs, plus 3 other clever inventions to create this weapon. With that said, you all may want to wear those earplugs in the compartment on the wall to your left, as firearm discharges in this hallway are very loud.
Suffice to say,
Suffice to
I'll
say,
quickly
indeed.
retrieve the items in question and then put them in. Or Malt, wait
yeah.
for you all.
I forgot to say anything, but yeah, Indiana definitely would have pulled some out of his pocket, some ear protection from his pocket too, or whatever, or satchel for that.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's like, this is gonna be loud.
Hell, he'd normally have some ear protection on regardless when operating his revolver anyway, just because kind of need to hear.
Yep. So Malt waits till you all finish doing so, before she then turns back to the target, raises her weapon, and she visibly braces herself and then opens fire. And pew pew. We lost my place. There we go. You all immediately met with the explosive cacophony of several discharges ringing out in very rapid succession, which causes the hallway to strobe with bright flashes of light from your weapon. Meanwhile, splinters of the wood practically explode out of the board at the other end of the hallway, and only after a few seconds, the board is a tattered mess by the time Malt stops shooting, leaving a very brief moment of silence that is quickly broken by the sound of several small bits of metal raining down to the ground all around the gnome. Though Malt is not finished, as she pulls something from the side, on the side of the weapon, causing the magazine to fall to the ground, which she very quickly replaces in just a few seconds with the spare she had clipped on her jumpsuit. Once the magazine is locked in place, she once again takes aim with her weapon downrange before opening fire. What follows is almost a perfect repeat of what just happened. However, now large chunks of wood begin to fly off of the already badly damaged target board, and by the time she is finished, what remains of the target is a mangled mesh of splintered wood that looks like it could fall apart from just a small gust of wind. The gnome woman then retrieves the magazine from the weapon and flicks a small switch near the trigger, and removes the earplugs before turning to you all with a surprisingly large smile for the woman,
as Malton speaks up while holding out the firearm. This is the FRM-1, which I am reasonably confident is the first full rapid-fire firearm our world has ever seen.
Malt invented a totally not submachine gun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with the exception of something that Val technically brought into play first, but that was only outside the world, so technically she's correct.
And invented, not brought in.
Yep.
But yeah, technically correct is the best form of correct.
Except it's not correct.
Alright, let's see. Where are we? We are at, I think, 60. No, that's the other one. I think we're at 62.
That's 61. Was it 61 too?
I think she continued by speaking with Indiana said. I double check.
So because 62 is just that. Indiana Chinese is in.
Oh yeah, your Chinese input.
Yes.
Pop, pop,
And
pop, pop, pop,
yes,
pop.
and then it goes to Molten to Indiana with a nod. I figured that, yeah. So yummy.
62.
No, that.
Godspeed. And with that, words cannot describe how interested my patron is in words cannot describe how interested my patron is in that malt.
Malt turns to Indiana with a nod.
I figured that would probably be the case, given your firearm's very unique design. It is not a difficult guess that it was bestowed upon you by your patron.
Woman then moves to window and hands her the firearm she just displayed.
Presently, there are just these three, with this one being a bit more difficult to operate for tall folk. They both take the same magazines and ammunition, though.
Wendell takes the weapon with a large grin. Can't say that I'm a fast and light weapon gal, but I'm willing to make exceptions if the situation calls for it. Suffice to fucking say, this is definitely one of those times. Well, then returns her attention back to Quinn.
As for other equipment, feel free to take the contents of the container that Indiana opened with the heavy fragmentation explosive devices. Next to it, there is a smaller blue container. Inside that one are sensory deprivation explosive devices, which are fairly straightforward with what they do, which is they explode with a high-frequency sound that is accompanied by an intensely bright flash of light. The flash of light is self-explanatory. However, the audible sound of the device's detonation isn't all that loud at all, actually, especially at a distance, where it sounds like a low popping sound. Though up close, however, the sound causes a dreadful ringing in the ears.
She raises two fingers.
Between these two effects, it renders the victim temporarily blind, deafened, and incapacitated. How long the effect lasts largely depends on how close the victim is to the detonation, lasting easily over a minute if within 20 feet of it, and several seconds if within 40 feet, and a few seconds within 60 feet. Further than that, and it's mostly just disorienting for a few moments. With that said, it is worth noting that its effects aren't something that can just be shrugged off or resisted. That is simply just how intense the sensory overload of these devices really are.
Know which one of them cups her hands over your chest.
Also, the arming mechanism of these two explosive devices is magitech, and as such, they have two states of being armed that entirely depend on if you turn the arming pin to the left or to the right before pulling it out, as you have to do so one way or the other before the arming pin will release. By turning the pin to the right before pulling it out, the device is armed to explode exactly 5 seconds from the moment the pin is pulled. Turning it to the left, however, arms the device to explode upon the next impact with a force of 10 pounds or greater. This allows for greater control of when you want them to detonate.
Alt frowns as she continues.
Just whatever you do, do not drop them while they are armed in this way, because the 10-pound impact trigger is just to account for any sudden small impacts, such as being bumped around or fumbled while the operator is in the process of getting ready to throw it. With that said, consumables.
Alt turns and points to the south end of the east wall.
The containers along the wall with the large mark of fragile on them have potions and elixirs in them. Feel free to take whatever you believe you will need, as you can just return any unused excess after you all are done with whatever it is you all are up to. There are also a number of utility equipment along the wall there too, which may or may not be useful to you all.
Alt gestures back to the firearm display along the walls.
Feel free to take a look at whatever other primary weapons or sidearm options you find that are to your liking. I simply highlighted the FRM1 as it felt it would be the perfect fit for what Quinn and Sophia had in mind.
Takes a moment to look between you all before offering a small smile.
When you are ready to return to the surface, just let me know.
I swear, Malt is just like, oh, I don't know. Like, feel free to do whatever you want, but this is the perfect choice. It's like, well, yeah. When you have someone with like 30 int, it's like, yeah, it doesn't get better than this.
No, she's just saying that there's other really good guns there. This is just the one that fits the bill.
Yep, which is something that I'll probably be rolling investigation for like afterwards to take a look at it closer, because right now the SMG is the best choice.
Yeah, it's like you have the SMG, but then you also have like a couple different other rifles. So it's just like, what do these do?
Like a hip, fucking
like Big's
MG42.
one of the big rifles. He's just like, I'll take this.
Yeah, I remember that. Bigs.
It might be an idea. The hilarious thing is, if I run out of stuff for the flamethrower or whatever, I can just bring in a fucking. I probably could get away with taking Val's fucking shotgun.
That was 60. Probably. What was it? That was 60 something. 63 was it? Or 2? Or 63 is me. 62 was probably Mold.
Because ammunition for the submachine gun, not a problem for me.
Or it's 63 now. Well, yeah, you have a fucking
Yeah,
page.
you have the Hellfire SMG. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles of the enchants from the other, but it does more damage overall.
Yeah, and well, someone who's
Yeah, the thing that Quinn has is it's fucking enchanted to hell and back.
Yep.
mine is technically legal, just on precedence with these other submachine guns.
Alright, next is 64? Question mark?
No, 63. I just wrote 64 once I'm done with this. I made sure that we were on the same one. Once more little demonstration ends and the banter quiets down, Quinn speaks up, walking around the room, picking up different consumables and equipment. Well, Major, you'll be able to blow things up like it's the new year. Carry ordnances and heavy weaponry alongside Indiana. We have people who can catch any poor saps who will try to escape. And Sophia can run anyone down, same with Biggs. We'll form waves with different ranges, but primarily we should get as close and do as much damage as possible. I've no doubts in any of you's ability to deliver on that. He then continues after a brief break. We have to divvy up any consumables, and after that, I don't think there's anything else on the checklist. These babies, the FRM-1s, should get us a significant edge in what we're doing. This is a bloody miracle of engineering, this is. Then again, we have a miracle worker with us. With that, though, attune to the transponder and let's get going. And I think this is me too, yeah. Oh wait, no. Yeah, this is you, also.
Which one?
The one immediately afterwards. Immediately below that.
Yeah, so essentially, this is out of chronological order.
Yes.
Essentially, this is one of the last things that happened before Bella shows up.
Yep. Well, once we get up there and... Oh yeah, there's that one fucking malt block with the fucking ring. The Magitech ring of RNG murder.
Yeah, and then the glass thing is just whatever. Essentially, there's not that much that came after 70 that's really important.
Yep.
Alright, so after collecting your weapons and equipment, a lot of you stand up in the center of the portal as Model tunes everyone to transponder. Shortly
Also,
after...
And also another thing that I forgot, but yeah, obviously Quinn would have had both Ch.1 and Bella attuned, or actually just Bella attuned to the transponder too.
Yeah, so essentially just went back down there real quick.
Yep.
Like, hey, stand here. She like looks around like, ooh, this stuff is cool. Like, I don't know anything about anything in this room, but it looks cool.
Big metal puzzles.
And then you would have like had her go register too real quick. Essentially, Malt would have went with her.
Yup.
Let's see. There we go. Our one table is left. Here we go. Once you're all up together, Malt directs you to a different part of the workshop where you find a large table. However, what is on this one is both surprising, but at the same time, not really. Because unfurled across the table is what is clearly a map of the city. Malt then looks to Quinn. He speaks up, pointing at the map.
I'll be heading off with Eliwick now. Contact me via Linkstone where you would like me to set the portal once you all have decided.
Oh, and this is roughly where... This is probably roughly around when Indiana would just remember to ask about schematics or something for that flagship on where to hit it with stuff to get it to go down.
Oh no, because at this point you don't know that Garnet's here.
Yeah, essentially, she comes back with an angry Garnet.
Oh yeah, never mind. I'm definitely good at.
Yeah,
I'm
essentially,
definitely
the
good at.
chronology of these messages have been shuffled around a bit, but essentially, you would do that, yes. Essentially, like when she comes back.
At some point, just poke me when that would happen, then, so it gets done right.
Well, you don't really need to. Essentially, I'm just gonna stuff it in the narration that happened. Because trying to figure out precisely when that happened would be shuffling through a couple different responses, and I'm just like, nah, too much work. Oh yeah, so Wendell's like, we'll do that. Once Malt and Eliwick leave, all that remains of the building is you. Where Wendell then turns back to the map. Alright, so here are our targets and roughly where they'll be hiding and how they'll be hiding. Major then draws a line on the map with different colored pieces of chalk, creating partitions of each of the targets, as well as providing commentary on each one of them as she does. Pretty much, here's where everybody is, here's what they're doing, here's how they're hiding, here's what we're looking for. Like exactly, pretty much exactly. Other than literally precisely where they are standing, everything else is on that map.
Uh-huh. Kind of impressed. And scared.
Yeah, when the one that helps you make the planning turns and backstabs you, it's very bad.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when like communications are like currently like blackout, so no one can. It's like, yeah, like in radio silence, no one can hear you scream.
Why is that so accurate?
You're gonna be a lot of screaming and no one can hear.
As Malt turns to leave, Quinn speaks up to her. Thanks for all the help, Malt. Have a fun girls' day out in town, will you? Then, once Malt leaves, he leans over the map proper, identifying the targets, their locations and surroundings as per Wendell's lead. After a moment of looking over the entirety, he hums. Oh fuck me. Some of these should be pretty easy to contain, given Wind ample time for his Spectre creating shenanigans, but these four. He pointed the marketplace, the tram, and the two targets at the dock and ship respectively. My initial thought is that if we hit the marketplace first, we could use the shock factor to go in a straight line to take out the target by the tram, and then head straight to the docks. And place the portal on the dock, and then make a swift exit once all four Spectres have been created. Then we could lay low for some hours, restock, rest, and make for a round 2 with these other targets. They're all contained, but naturally, the entire damn town would be in an elevated state of awareness with more guards and whatnot. So things might still go to shit. He sighs before continuing. Alternatively, we kick things off with more subtlety, taking out the two priestesses, the window shoppers, their inn-resident, and the construction worker, giving us more of a chance to restock again, and then to go loud for the last 4 targets. We could aim for a time where tram schedules would match up with the least number of civilians and guards, but logically, we'd need to kick the second wave off from the marketplace, which will be a shit show, no matter how you look at it. Personally, I'm in favor of the second approach, as that leaves less things for us to worry about if we take out 6 of the 10 targets earlier in the day. He points at the center of the room, indicating the transponder. Additionally, we could have Molt place the transponder somewhere near the docks for a quick exit. But we'd still need to fight our way out. Naturally, we ought to avoid the other members of our retinue too, lest they know better. He then looks at Wendell, followed by Sophia, followed by everyone else in the renting room. Your thoughts? Either we do a 6-4, with the last 4 near the end of the day, which I'm leaning towards, or 4-6, with more stealthy, contained operations during the closing dusk. Naturally, this doesn't include extraneous targets that we can turn our attentions to, if we have time. But we ought to settle with primary order of operations first. I did a brain! Kind of.
Yeah. Like, you gave Sophia ideas, and that's dangerous.
Yep. Very much dangerous.
Well, hey, okay, I see what you're going for, and well, I'm gonna improve it.
Pretty much. I'm gonna take your idea and improve upon it. Kinda like what I do with stuff.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to make anything, but hand me something, I'll make it better.
Kind of, yeah.
At your question directed at Wendell and Sophia, the witch looks to the Major.
You mentioned before that these 10 have been assigned to these places and disguises, and that they cannot leave their posts until nightfall, correct?
The Major nods.
Yes, that is correct. For the sake of security and ease of protecting them without drawing too much attention to them, they have to remain in their assigned areas until nightfall, at which time they will receive further instructions as to where they are to head to, once leaving Tinkertown this evening. So until then, they're not going anywhere.
The Demoxy, raises an eyebrow at this. Wait, so these people are skipping town later this evening, then? Wendell gives an innocent shrug of this.
Well, yeah. They weren't even supposed to be fucking leaving for a few days still, but due to all the noise you may feel stirred up last night, paired with the arrival of Azimuth's highest station, these sworn gods cannot risk their newly appointed highest stations to remain in the city any longer.
And then quickly wags a finger.
However, the last thing they want to do is draw attention to them, either as the tasks, as
Don't want to draw attention to him either.
as the tasks of these highest stations have been given are very important. These 10 were only just recently appointed and haven't received any instructions for where to begin precisely just yet, as their departure is currently being greatly expedited. Because with Matilda arriving, that she is not only still alive and well, but is also the head of council and not Malt.
She shakes her head before gesturing a thumb over her shoulder.
Suffice to say, these gods want their VIPs to get the fuck out of Dodge as soon as possible. But they aren't going to do that in the middle of broad fucking daylight either. Because they aren't stupid. They know that you people are out there, and those aligned with you are watching for any suspicious activity that last night's clusterfuck smokes out. And a bunch of people immediately skipping town during lockout would be exactly that.
Here, Wendell points to the ground.
Because the fact of the matter is this: Reinsted's betrayal has them spooked as they are furious. So they are very careful with what the highest stations are doing. Hence the communications blackout, these 10 pretending to blend in with the crowd. It's so that they don't get found before preparations are in order for them to leave this evening.
Pauses for a moment for turning her attention back to Sophia.
With all that said, yes, they are effectively glued in place regardless of what happens today. Sophia smiles at this. Perfect. I know precisely what we should do then.
It's been a hot minute since we've heard this track too.
Just stand there, please continue. So yeah, goodies.
What?
Never mind me.
We've been carrying on.
Goodies.
Hey, what number are we on? Because I lost my place because of Discord wonky.
66 or 67.
That. Just click on that. The bottom of play that I just linked.
That took me way the fuck up there.
She pauses for looking at the rest of those present.
Yeah, there we go. Pause us for a moment for looking between the rest of those present. First and foremost, who amongst us has disguise kits? I have one, but we'll need a few for this plan to work. Both Wandering Wind and Olivine raise their hands at the question, prompting Sophia to continue as she turns attention to Matt. That should work, because Quinn's got the right idea about hitting the docks at lunch hour. As I imagine those on break will either go into town and eat, and then come back, or eat whatever they brought from home on site. Either way, it'll be when they are the least amount of people at the docks, and when those who are there will be at the closest proximity of each other. Meanwhile, the tram will be very busy. However, she takes a piece of red chalk, circles the north and south entrances of the tram waiting area. If we time things just right, we can hit the waiting area just after the tram departs, where we will then drop 2 silence spells at either entrance, as we use our heaviest firepower. First, take out the guards, and then clear out the space as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Biggs and I will move in to incapacitate the target, while you all are doing this. Then draws a W and an O to the south of the waiting area's southern entrance before continuing. We'll have Wind and Olivine here to deter anyone from entering, though more importantly, to use their magical resources to quickly and quietly eliminate the guards on post in this area. This may seem a bit wasteful, but it'll be critical for the next step. Sophia then draws a long arrow in a straight line from the tram waiting area to the center of the market, then draws a big red X in the middle. Because we're going to make as much noise as possible smack in the middle of the market, explosives, fire, and other heavy ordnances. However, we're going to do so disguised as very stereotypical pirates. In other words, what people think pirates look like, which we will then don once in the waiting area is cleared and the target there is secured. Then, with Wind and Olivine having eliminated the guards outside of the waiting area, nobody will accost us until we reach the marketplace. However, to ensure that we actually make it inside without hassle, we'll be using invisibility potions to sneak past the guards stationed at the entrance. From there, we will find the target and proceed to kill everyone in close proximity while incapacitating them. She then draws a circle around the red X. Once nearby witnesses are killed off and the target is incapacitated, we'll begin looting whatever looks valuable, keeping all distant eyes on us and away from Wind as he draws his circle. Once finished, we'll push our way out of the market north, which will have less guards and even less warning due to Wandering Wind and Olivine's earlier actions. We will then stop there briefly to turn and kill every guard on our tail, before then racing to the docks as the dust settles. The woman then draws another long arrow to the docks, but this time draws a red X that encompasses the entire area that Wendell highlighted before continuing. Once at the docks, we will kill everyone, and I do mean everyone inside, indiscriminately, as well as blowing up and setting fire to the warehouses and all goods housed at the docks.
which obviously is going to draw a lot of attention towards the docks. But we'll have a way of greatly mitigating that attention. She trails off as she takes a piece of blue chalk and draws a few circles along the tram tracks, as well as a few circles in the marketplace. We're going to plant explosives in these locations and time them to start going off at roughly the same time that we reach the docks, which will make it look like we went in those directions too. One snaps his fingers. So that's what we're going to do to stop. So that's why we're going to stop and kill all the guards out on the queues before they get to the docks. It's so the reinforcements don't know exactly which way we went. Not if 3 places all start blowing up at the same time. Mia gives a crisp nod at this. Exactly. Meanwhile, once we have killed off everyone at the docks and dealt sufficient damage to the goods stored there, we'll get on the boat and secure the last target, who will no doubt be hiding somewhere below deck at this point. Once we do that, we'll set fire to the ship and then leave via the portal Malt will have set for us. Look at realization then dawns on Wendell, before the Major quickly points right at Sophia with a large smile. You clever bitch! You're making it look like we're targeting the economy, aren't you? And that whoever happens to be killed was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not looking away from the map, Sophia responds. That is the idea, yes. From there, we will wait for about an hour or so before going after the rest, as that will give enough time for warning to go out for all civilians to go home and stay indoors until the threat has been eliminated. Robin then comments on this. Except for the rest of the targets. They cannot leave where they are posted, even if they wanted to. Alvine then quickly adds, it's actually better, or there's actually another layer to it. Those stationed to guard the remaining targets cannot remain with the targets, as it'll mark the highest of stations as very obvious VIP. Otherwise, those people will still remain there, despite the advisory for them to go home. Quinn points at the halfling woman. They'd have no reason to still be there, not unless they were very clearly guarding something important. And since we'll have made it look like we are after the economy, they'll be none the wiser to the fact that we want them to leave the VIPs. Don't worry, Agent nods. Correct. Because they don't know that we already know who the highest stations are. They'll leave the highest stations so as to not draw unwanted attention to them. Little do they know, they'll be playing right into our hands by doing so. Alvine then looks to Sophia. Not to mention, this approach will also minimize the civilian casualties in the residential area that remaining targets are hiding in. Once doffing our disguises, we'll be able to move very quickly and go after those who remain with minimal to no resistance. Vixen shoots the woman a wide grin. Because the guards won't be looking for us, they'll be looking for a bunch of pirates. As for the handful of civilian witnesses back in the marketplace, the ones who weren't close enough to get a good look at us, other than they were obviously pirates. Alvine shakes her head before offering a small grin. No, it's even better than that. We'll be able to walk around fully armed and move with purpose, as we can just claim that we're also looking for the perpetrators. Because why would we be moving around so heavily armed and with no concern about the guards seeing us? Obviously, we're not the ones they're looking for. Not to mention, if only an hour had passed, how did we even get there past the swarm of guards at the docks, if we were somehow responsible for what happened there? Are they really supposed to believe that we somehow pulled all of that off without being spotted? Robin nods and adds her own input. Right, because keep in mind, we arrived here with Malt and Matilda, You know, the head of council and her twin sister? Why in God's green Zeotethys would we, of all people, just start blowing half the place up? Hell, we are the most unlikely suspects of all. The guards won't give us a second glance as we move between remaining targets. There's a short silence following her words before Wind cranes his next to Sophia. This plan is actually kind of genius. Sophia offers a close shrug at this. I can't really take too much credit as I'm just going off of suggestions that Quinn made and expanding on them. Speaking of, the woman then turns to Quinn. What are your thoughts on all of this, Quinn?
It pulls out a fucking, like, what the fuck is that IQ test? It's like, you sure you didn't score 300 on this?
I want to say it's mental, but I don't remember.
Yeah. You heard of this thing called Mensa?
Mensa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some checks.
No, the immediately, like, what follows immediately is my response.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Quinn smiles at Sophia as, well, those are before. But, like, effectively, those were whether, but I amended what I said
right.
according
Yeah,
to
I
them.
remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just checked it before. I'm like, why are these here? Quinn smiles as Sophia runs through her explanation. I'd better make sure to never get on your bad side. You're terrifyingly good at this, you know that? Of course you do. He then lightly slams his hand on the map as he runs through Sophia's plan in his head again. Alright, as for these guys, kids, I don't have one on me. One on me. So can we make do with two? Also, Wendell.
Technically 3.
Well, yes, 3. Actually, yeah. Why the hell would I put 2? Let me fix that. There we go. I don't have one on me, so can we make do with 3? Also, Wendell, what's the timing and time frame we're running on here? As you were the one who positioned the VIPs, surely you know their schedules too. Sophia's plan needs accurate timings, especially for the first half. The better we can pull that off, the easier and easier this gig gets. Additionally, considering we're practically incognito for the latter half of the operation, I see no tremendous obstacles to go after a couple of the big dogs too. Even a single head of church, a pillar amongst the traitorous god's supporters, would be good. So, regarding that, I turn to you, Major. What's your hunch on that? Otherwise, make sure we've enough consumables to pull this through. Run through the armory again. Once all that's settled, we can get going.
So it's next mine, I think.
I think...
Yep.
Yeah, next is yours.
Sophia nods.
Yeah, so with my disguise kit, that makes 3. Which should suffice with what I have in mind, yes.
Now your question to Wendell. She points at the docks, retracing a finger to the tram as she responds to you. We have just 2 hours. We have just about 2 hours until lunch hour rush begins. However, we'll want to wait for 24 minutes in order to allow those at the docks who are leaving to get lunch ample time to make yeah. I haven't read over this.
It's fine.
Ample time to make for the surface settlement or to the tram, as well as time for the tram to leave. If we begin exactly at this time, things should more or less play out as Sophia has planned. Because the only hurdle I see with this plan would have been us getting into the marketplace quietly, which Sophia has addressed, with Wind and Olivine subtly thinning out the guards in that direction. And then our using invisibility potions to pass the perimeter. Major then taps the circle red X in the marketplace for continuing. From there, the rest of the operation is pretty straightforward. Kill everything that gets within 100 feet of us. As Wind draws the circle and I plant explosives. Wyndon speaks up at this while pointing a gesture at Robin. Probably best to leave the explosive planting to her, as Robin here is an expert in all things explodey. Not to mention, your heavy ordnance will be very useful here. Wyndon brings a hand to your chin with a small nod. True? If you're confident that she has it handled, it would probably be best I engage in the cloud careen now that I think a bit more about it. He then taps a finger on the Church of Nature's Bounty. This will be our last target, as there will be a head of church on the big fish target list present here. In fact, I would wager that they'll largely be just the two in the church, if not a small handful of others. Either way, we'll want to take full advantage of our heavy firepower today to engage this individual, as heads of church are no joke. After that, we'll go looking for any divine champions that will undoubtedly be on the lookout for us at that point until sunset, at which time we will return to HQ before nightfall arrives. He then turns to Quinn. With this plan, we can not only bag all 10 highest stations, but topple a head of church, and will likely be a few divine champions along the way, too. Alright, I think Quinn is next.
Yeah, it just goes next. I mean, there's... Yeah, and there's a response from Indiana, but yeah. If you want to read that, Yami.
Whereabouts are we?
Come on.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find it from having got back from using the bathroom 5s.
Noise.
So, as I said, I'm trying to find.
I pinged you. Or pinged the response, rather.
Indiana adds in, if you need any of my pipes or cocktails for that part, help your... I feel like there was a bit before this.
Nope, because of what Wing said about Robin. I think
Indiana, if you need any of my pipes or cocktails for that part, help yourself, Miss Explosives Expert, in a playfully teasing tone. Because I remember the prep fucking Molotovs and totally not nail bombs were laid out on the counter thing too, just ready to go. Or ready to be grabbed and whatnot for this.
We can give a few subtle nods at Wendell's response. In that case, we're all about ready to prepare with the disguise kits and whatnot. Wind, Olivine, you're in contact with us. So we'll time this right. As for everyone else, watch the clock. Make sure all your equipment is in order. Also, what? Oh, I'll second giving Robin there the setting of explosives, as she's quite the mastercraft with them, as Wind said. Once the messy part's over, we can more or less sweep the entire settlement, starting from the inn. Follow the road to the west, clean up anyone there, and then go southeast. And finally go to Pool Their Sacred Ground, where this all wraps up. That sounds good to me. If any other variables or changes come to mind, bring them up as soon as they pop up, so we'll have time to adapt. With that, I suppose we're virtually ready?
Alright. Now, where is that first one and the next one?
That's the bed below. It's a small block.
Yeah, I'm scrolling past that.
No, that's not relevant. That's not relevant.
Okay.
Finding what is relevant.
Here. No. That's Valakos's thing. This?
Weren't we at 70 now?
Oh, we're already done with that. We're just going over relevant stuff.
Okay.
Because I know the reply to my idea of burning
the ring thing isn't that important. So that can be skipped.
Yep.
Because yeah, I thought I was going down trying to find it. I found the thing about my idea of burning the place down, but I'm not sure how relevant that is.
And it's not relevant, as it'll show up in session.
All right. Yeah. More than likely, the arson plan will just be put off till after all this affair is done, just because then I'll have more time because there'll be more time to actually do it.
So essentially, you can just begin with where effectively you smoke out Lillian. And then jump to where Lillian cuts in.
Oh, that?
Yeah, there's a lot of this isn't really relevant. That and or was covered with the little thing with Garnet.
Yeah.
Alright. So.
See.
Yeah. So essentially, are you still recording, Emmy?
Yep. Continue.
So effectively what happens here is they both make mention of Aethertech and how effectively that they believe that it's definitely implemented into the facility since it's like brand spanking new. And Quinn pretty much calls it, he thought it was effectively a fairy tale, but Malt confirms that, yeah, it definitely exists. And it's definitely down there. And he's like, speaking of fairy tales, a certain pixie.
Yeah, that's more or less how it started.
So, as you're calling out and smoking out, Lillian appears a few feet away to your left before the pixie throws her arms up. Darn those space powers and their detection stuff. Oh well, whatever. Then flies up close to your face before pointing at you candidly. What do you think I am? A UPS girl? Do you see Amazon Prime logo plastered on me somewhere? Yeah, I didn't think so. Sorry, but I don't do deliveries, buddy. She then crosses her arms and turns away the laptop. Though only for a few seconds, where she then turns back to you with a coy smile. Is what I would say if you weren't literally working for Life Lady, though, since you are, I suppose I could deliver it for you once outside of this place, I guess.
McKinley.
Pixies. Time-traveling pixies. They just it's like Pixie, but like 10 times as bad.
Yeah, 15 times the fucking just horror. Let's see. So do I just skip the crystal part and go to the
Yeah, essentially the mention there of Kyon. Hold on, let me find these.
So Bella and Kyon. Oh god, I had this fucking inside. I had these inside checks too. Fuck. I
Regarding
forgot.
what?
Bella and Kyon.
Yep.
As well as the. Oh my god, I had like fucking 4 of these. Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of texts and stuff.
I forgot. Where the fuck's my response? Here. So effectively halfway from here. where it goes to Kion and Bella, right?
Let's see.
So effectively, as
I'm
living
trying
and
to
then
find something. Oh, hold on, I gotta do this.
Okay.
Let me grab that. Alright, what did you link to?
To my response, which is like effectively from that halfway down where Queen addresses Bella and Kiontak like arriving.
Yeah, so I gotta do mine first. At least part of mine.
Yeah.
And then we get to that. Alright. So, after discussing the stuff about the glass and the atomic theories, effectively how, due to the fact that the overwhelming majority, see all of the world, believe that the matter physical atom theory is a bunch of just nonsense and doesn't even take it seriously, no one can be able to replicate like a lot of the stuff that Malt has created because it operates on scientific principles that don't exist yet. Literally, she doesn't know what to call it. She's not an expert in the field to be able to name the stuff, so she's not even going to bother. She's like, yeah, I'm not qualified for these. It's like, I know how these things work, I just don't know much about them. So yeah, so essentially going over that and how, you know, effectively this new theory of science is actually one of your secret weapons because you're able to do a lot of stuff with it. And then she kind of remembers, oh yeah. And then she goes on to comment about Dragon Tech. As you mentioned of it.
Dragon Tech is very impressive. A credit is to be given where credit is due. GCG's mechanical engineering is second to none, far greater than even our peoples could hope to be for what is estimated to be a few decades. And their degree of paranoia makes spies and mules or moles getting anywhere near this information almost impossible. Well, almost, as there is one mole.
He then takes out a small slip of paper and one of those convenient pens and begins writing on the paper before folding it and then passing it to you.
Give that a read. Also, the paper will destroy itself 15 seconds after unfolding it.
And so you do so quickly, and you find yourself paused, practically stunned and complete in utter disbelief as the slip of paper's contents. All the way up until it burns away, because Han made no mention of this whatsoever. And if true, understandably so, because this is a face-to-face and pen and disposable paper subject, just to be safe, if there ever was one. Though Malt has one more surprise. As she retrieves from her large side pocket of her jumpsuit, the thing holds a lot, doesn't it? Anyway, so it's very clearly a sealed file.
Luan told me, at one point, should anything happen to him before he meets face-to-face again with either you or Kion, to write a report regarding the subject and pass it on to either you in his stead, and if to you, to tell it to give to Kion as soon as possible.
So yeah, essentially you read, oh yeah, Alicio Trumlai is the mole. And it's like, what? You mean the Patriot like poster boy of the Empire? What?
I can just see like literal posters with him being like, you know, we want you to join the Red Dragon.
Yeah, like he's like the poster boy of like Patriot, you know, the new generation of Patriot. There's no way this guy's a mole.
It would roughly like you just learned that Adolf Hitler actually secretly sympathized with the Jews. It's like, what?
Yeah, he's actually helping the Jews, and everyone else is killing them.
Yep.
It's like, wait, what?
Like, hold up.
Now, you know, I mean, in a way, that's technically true because the extermination was under Heinrich
He was
Himmler.
doing that before the war. He was shipping
And
them off to Israel.
And everything, all the atrocities during, well, that can be traced to Heinrich Himmler, not him.
Yeah, just speaking about the optics specifically.
Oh, I'm not optics because you're the one who put Himmler there, so it must reflect on what you wanted, right?
Alright, let's see here. Billion!
The fucking menace.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
He's a pig, so of course he's gonna get menace vibes.
Yep.
Alright.
Also, the regenerate spell is very key.
So, upon noticing this and your earlier comment about Keon, Lillian raised a finger with a look of somebody getting an idea, which for pixies is rarely a good thing. She then quickly speaks up. I know exactly what to do to solve all these sort of things at once, and for you to cover your delivery fee, as I'll just accept the trade instead. She then looks to Malt, holding out a hand expectantly. Give me the exact same thing you just gave to Quinn, the explodey paper with the same contents. I'll add it to an extra stop on the delivery, and the super important document file thingamabobber to directly to Keon, free of charge. Apparently without thinking too much about this, Malt simply shrugs before writing on another slip of paper, folding it and handing it to Lillian, who takes it in her hands before maneuvering it to hold the paper in her mouth, where she then flies over and snatches the report away from Malt's hands as you go to reach for it, and at the exact same time vanishes with a muffled yoink, along with the goggles apparently too. The two of you glance at each other for the shrugging at about the same time. Meanwhile, the Noshwoman speaks up. Well, at least your superior gets it hand-delivered, I guess. Though, I'm more than a little curious and a bit concerned about how she managed to teleport out of here with her chronomine. Before she finishes, Lillian returns a few paces away and makes a bloop noise before then vanishing just as quickly as she came. But not before depositing her little package of her own, in the form of a visibly surprised shifter man in a tan swim trunks and a Stetson hat, who appears to be staring at an unfolded slip of paper in his hand, which burns away after a few moments, seemingly prompting the man to snap out of his shock, and then doing a double take as he looks around. Riccione clenches a fist while throwing his hat to the ground with his other hand as Albert roars. I can't fucking do this guy's voice. I don't even know how to.
Okay, Yami, you're up.
Southern drawl.
Here, Fives, you could say you hit.
Fuck no, I'm not doing a Texan.
Okay, you want me?
do this.
I can do it. Cause
You do it.
Yami and Amy are the best ones at it.
All right, I just need to.
Yeah, you can do Kyon.
I just need to find the fucking.
Like, well, I reckon something, blah blah blah. I can't do fucking Southern drawl.
I just need to find the
Well,
message.
now ain't that something?
Can somebody link me the message?
Tinkerbell's gone, done it.
Can somebody link me the
Well,
message?
Tinkerbell's really gone and done it this time.
It's
I
Tam.
can't remember the shit.
Yeah, it's like they don't say ice. It's Tam, I think.
Can you link me the message? Can you link me the message? I'm trying to find it.
Trying to find what?
Message.
Reckon it's not
Message.
well
What are you looking for?
No, that's more Forrest Gump.
Yep, that's Forrest Gump right there.
Alright, let's do this. Tinkerbell.
Well, Tinkerbell's really gone and done it this time.
I mean, that works.
It does.
Well,
Fucking Tinkerbell.
yeah, I get. I'll go with it. Or my scuffed cowboy.
Okay, if you want.
Oh boy.
Why, that no good, sneaky, sniveling pile of expired pixie dust. That was dirtier than a dog on a rainy day. Well, at least you know what was traded with the exchange. Your train of thought grinds to a halt as you sense an utterly massive spatial and temporal disturbance appear and begin to take place right next to Kyon, causing the man to actually backpedal a few steps, stepping away from it. Though you don't actually see anything, at least not yet, but you sure as hell's fucking sense it, and it's getting even stronger, whatever the hell's it is. Meanwhile, Kyon brings his hands to his sides with a frown. Well, Tinkerbell's really gone and done it this time. You look at your other companions and find the attention of Olivine, Wind, and Biggs all looking in the same direction, for the Voxy cranes his neck to Biggs. Please tell me that's not what I think it is it? Biggs crosses his arm with a difficult expression, but doesn't respond right away, prompting Sophia to look between the two of them. What's going on? I don't have extrasensory perception. Biggs glances her way before pointing in the direction of disturbance. Now, I don't say this lightly, and certainly not often. He then gives a large shrug. I have no idea what the fuck that is. I know what it looks like. And that's really bad if that's what it actually is. So let's just hope that Wynn's hunch is wrong, as chronomancy doesn't appear to work on whatever that is.
And I thought I had poked you something, by the way, pertaining to this, Azu, on if Val/and Tiana would have picked it up and known what it was.
As a god of chaos, you would know that it's a person. You're not sure who. You've never met Bella. It's somebody.
Okay. Yeah, I could have sworn I poked you about it.
I probably missed it. Let's see. The lighting of the warehouse suddenly begins to slowly darken, especially around the distortion. Prompting Olivine to abruptly blurt out her thoughts and incredulous. Is that a fucking wolf? Young promptly responds with a small frown, shaking his head as he puts his hat back on. Oh no, it's something much worse than that, Munchkin. Much, much worse. The air around you all begins to quake as an audible rumble starts to pick up from the direction of the distortion, before the physical space around the distortion becomes pitch black, with tendrils of shadow beginning to spiral around it, causing Biggs to quickly speak up as he looks at Kyon. Care to shed some light on what's about to... Oh yeah! Through the canvas of creation, cowboy? Kyon crosses his arms with a frown. His answers. A little big girl who's a mite bit too curious for her own good. Alright. Alright, so not long after he finishes, the sound of the rumbling intensifies greatly, and just as abruptly stops altogether, causing the space around you all to begin to distort. Not unlike what you saw a few times when Odigo's teleported you the night before. However, this time it doesn't finish. In fact, it barely even starts before abruptly stopping as if frozen, leaving the world around you, save for you and your companions, to look like a painting that's paint has just started to smear a bit. Meanwhile, as this is happening, all of the light sources in the room look as if they start to bleed excess light, wispy tendrils that at first starts to slowly flow in the direction of distortion, but very quickly pick up speed. After a moment or two, all excess light is pulled into the now large, slowly churning black void. Immediately following this drawing in of the light, reality appears to fix itself, with your warped surroundings instantly snapping back as they should be. A spiraling void then condenses in on itself, before growing in size as it takes on a humanoid shape, with the shadowy energy slowly dispersing as it does, to reveal Bella standing there, staring at her hands with a giant smile. The woman quickly speaks up, in a clear, excited tone. Cool! That actually worked! Bella then turns around and holds out her balled fists, before flicking them forward as she opens her hands, though nothing appears to happen. She repeats the motion again, but seemingly with the same result, and then a few more times in quick succession, prompting the woman to cock her head with a bit of a furrowed brow. Huh? Why can't I go back? Kyon lets out a sigh before gesturing the thumb over his shoulder as he turns to Mazer. That's because the carriage you hitchhiked to get here just skipped town without you. Then dons a somewhat flat look as he continues in a dry tone. Hells, it left me here too. Alright. Jackson stuff.
We're nearing the end.
Did I write the response? Yeah, I think I wrote the response and then I made the checks. Yeah. So we go to the checks first. Yeah, so starting from here. These checks then go up to the response.
Well, there's one that I linked was the first one.
Hold on. Which one is this? Well,
That was your intuition, I think conclude. It was logic. It was intuition, logic, and then conclusion at disadvantage to figure out what the fuck was that.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially, what
Right.
the fuck just happened?
Yeah, okay.
Transpire.
Okay, I was confused.
This was your initial what the fuck just happened, Jack.
Yeah. Okay. Suffice to say, what the actual fuck, Bella? You're not going to even pretend to understand the sheer degree of power that was behind whatever that she did was just now. Regardless if she technically only followed Lillian here or not. Because this place is warded to the 9 hells and back, and she got past them all. A former hero of time traveler? Time travelers are cheaters, which you saw firsthand with Belinda as the new hero of time. You can buy that. But Bella has no actual power over space or time, just higher authority, which allows her to suppress or overpower them far more easily, especially time, much like light to space. However, that doesn't explain the barriers, as she very clearly brute forced her way through them. Oh yeah!
Like, oh yeah! Just like blasted right through them.
You're honestly
Hands
not sure what to...
He's just literally like, what's about to open you now through the canvas of creation?
Yeah, because that's
She's just
literally what
breaking
happened. Jesus Christ, this fucking...
I can just imagine the scene happening where it's like super dramatic music that's ominous and foreboding. The shadows just entrap the entire room. The light dies, and it's like, well, like I totally didn't think that was gonna work.
Yay! Fucking... Oh, Bella. You're honestly not sure what to make of all of this. But you know one thing for certain. The cowboy knows something about Bella, and hasn't been hiding it. However, he clearly could stop and or hide this little fiasco from this side of it, as that came down to a direct contest of former hero of space versus the current inheritor of darkness. I think that Bella's the fucking inheritor. Suffice to say,
Sorry, what?
I think that Bella is only the inheritor of darkness.
No.
She's the inheritor of darkness.
Oh, okay.
Bella is.
She has not taken her trial.
Oh yeah, so she hasn't. Derp.
Suffice to say, Bella clearly won this contest, and rather handedly, by the look of it.
Look to be like he could do something before it starts or as it starts, but once it does, it's like, well, shit. I can't stop that. Okay, now your check. Up to the response.
Yeah, so where do I start it then?
Let's see.
Do I just skip the first, like, paragraph? It's here.
Try to find that Sophia one. Yeah, let's see.
Sophia one?
Alright, here we go. Let's see. Oh, we don't know that. So essentially, this one, and then down. These are the inside checks to the others in the room. Like in order.
Oh, these were... Oh, right, these were... Yeah. So, starting with Kion. Okay.
Essentially, Kion, that's already relevant within the thing.
Okay, so from the second... Okay, gotcha. It is quite clear that Wandering Wind isn't sure what this anomaly is, but that it looks like something else, something that is apparently very dangerous, and would be very bad news for you to encounter, if you take into consideration what Biggs mentioned about it. Even so, Wandering Wind looks to be largely unfazed, on the surface anyway, because beneath that calm demeanor, the Tabaxi is actually a little nervous and suddenly has one hand on his polex, ready to act if need be. Which goes far to reinforce the fact that he genuinely has no idea what is about to pop into this space from that void of darkness. Just fucking like, it's like, I've lived for 70 billion years, what the fuck is that?
It's like, I know what it looks like, but it can't be that. But that means I don't know what the fuck it is.
Jeez.
That is just as what a big deal is.
Like, that's definitely not a wolf, but that sure fucking looks like one.
So despite him being Lucky Day's avatar, Wandering Wind appears to have no special insights or ways to look into things. Which, the more you observe him with this fact in mind, the more you can see that Wandering Wind is just a normal mortal with extrasensory perception. Which would be why he appears to ask Biggs about things, as he cannot check himself, otherwise he would have done so already and not needed to ask. Suffice to say, Wandering Wind appears to simply be just a very powerful mortal, but still just a mortal nonetheless.
Yeah, when you boil it down, he's just a basic bitch true soul. Well, technically an eternity soul, but yeah. So an upgraded basic bitch soul.
Yeah.
It's just a pain. Oh, it's just so much of a pain in the ass to get rid of. It's easier to just put them out of the way until they're no longer in the way.
He has supreme authority and no power.
Mm-hmm.
Just a basic soul. It's like he's no different than any other person wandering around eternity. Other than he has like dev console. Anyways, yeah, so the next one down is Sophia.
Yep. Out of everyone present, Sophia is very easily the most calm. In fact, she's not even concerned in the slightest, so she clearly knows exactly whatever this is. Because while she may just be a basic bitch mortal, with no extrasensory perception, she still possesses her knowledge as a witch, so clearly she has seen this before. So, if Sophia's not concerned, you see no reason why you should be either. Then
and there's the next
Biggs. One. Yeah. You find it more than a little surprising that Biggs genuinely has no idea what this distortion anomaly is, and that chronomancy doesn't work on it. Which has some major implications about whatever being is about to come through this thing. Which appears to look like something very dangerous, given the concern of both him and Wandering Wind. The two clearly were unable to read Sophia very well, or are too distracted with the anomaly to notice that Sophia clearly knows what it is. Which says a lot about whatever it could have been is. Yeah, when the ancient chronomancer has no fucking idea.
Chronomancer's like, I don't know what that shit is.
That there is above my pay grade.
And then the next one's Olivine.
Yeah, Olivine. Olivine's clearly in the same boat as Biggs, as in, she knows what this thing looks like, which is apparently a wolf manifesting, judging by her words. While you don't know much about these wolves, other than they are the force of destruction's equivalent to a godly being, one manifesting here in the workshop would be very problematic.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Which perfectly explains why Olivine, Biggs, and Wind are all immediately on guard. So unless you already knew what this was, the default go-to is that this is what a wolf manifesting looks like. Which is very interesting, actually. So you make sure to make a mental note to file away for the time being. It's like, hey Olivine, what the... It's like, Olivine, what the fuck's a wolf, and how do you know what the fuck a wolf is?
A wolf is a canine of the canines wolf. I don't know.
You wanna fly out the damn window?
He doesn't know that she is the paragon of time.
Exactly, which is why I made this check to begin with. Because I'm gonna have to make a bunch of these things.
Yeah, like she's the one who said wolf. No one else did. They're like, it looks like that thing. You know, it could be that. And she's just like, is that a fucking wolf?
Yeah, which is why I'm like,
she knows precisely what a wolf is.
Yeah, which is why I would be like, what the fuck is that? But now's not the time. I made a note of it back then, so. And then you are a bit taken aback to find that none other than Bella emerged from the void of darkness as it dissipates, which almost feels a little anticlimactic given the clear concern from Wind, Biggs, and Olivine. However, at the same time, this also explains why Sophia wasn't concerned. She knew this was Bella. which implies that she has clearly seen this before, since Sophia herself doesn't have extrasensory perception presently. But also, something I meant to ask, like, why was she like, what is that? I don't have extrasensory perception.
She couldn't see it yet. There was nothing there. Like, at
But
that
she-
point, there was no visible anything.
So
But
she
she
has,
still knew that.
she's understanding
She's-
that something's happening, but not what.
Yeah, she like looked between Biggs and Wind, and he's like, they're like, what's going on? Because essentially, you, Biggs, and Wind are all just like looking over there, and she's like, what's going on?
Yeah, but she still knew that it was Bella.
Well, yeah, once she saw it. But like I said,
Alright,
at the
because
start, there was nothing visual. You just sensed it.
Right.
And then when everything started darkening and it started darkening, she's like, oh, okay.
Because you
okay.
only had your reactions to go off of.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
okay.
like that, at first there was no visual anything. You just sensed it's happening.
Yeah.
And then it started just pulling all the light in the room into itself. And at that point, it's like, oh, okay, I know what that is.
Okay.
But until then, she's like, what's going on?
However, that doesn't make it any less shocking, as that was an incredible amount of power behind that teleportation of hers. So much so that it literally distorted the physical space she was teleporting into briefly. The powers of darkness are clearly no joke if the inheritor of darkness can manage something like this, seemingly on complete accident. As Bella clearly has no idea where she is, which is probably why she immediately tried to go back. Though, whatever she tried using to get herself free, she appears to not have used it before. That, or she didn't know she could even do whatever it was. Judging by the fact that she cannot return from where she came, it appears to have been a fluke that she was even able to do what she just did. That is, if not Kion's comment, as it hints that there's something more there.
Yep. And a little way down is Kion.
Here we go. Kion just slipped up. It was very brief, and you only caught it because you knew the man pretty well. You know the man pretty well. It was when he said, well, Tinkerbell's really gonna die this time. He had a slight sense of trepidation when he said this, implying that this would not have happened had he not been removed from where he was by Lillian. Which also matches up with what he said about Bella being too curious for her own good once the distortion anomaly first popped up, as if he already knew exactly what it was and could have somehow stopped Bella from doing whatever it is that she just did to get her here. If he were still back at the church with Bella, or if he hadn't came with Lillian. Hard to say which, but it's definitely one of the two. Either way, Kion has the power to prevent whatever Bella just did, but was unable to do so from this side of it. So he would have had to have been in the at the church?
So
Or by
essentially, it
Lillian?
sounds like he could have intercepted it. But once
Yeah.
it started, they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah. So he would have had to have been in the same
Same vicinity.
room as Bella.
Yeah, because
okay.
she was there with him. They were like next to each other, like talking.
Yeah,
When Lillian
okay.
just whoop showed up.
Pixie's fucking everything up. Hard to say which, but it's definitely one of them. Definitely one of the two. Either way, Kion has the power to prevent whatever Bella just did. Was unable to do this out of it. Regardless, this very suspicious behavior for it, everything was on the up and up about Bella and whatever the power she just used was. Fucking.
So next would be the response, and then this check. And
Yeah.
I believe that's pretty much all of it, other than what I will then respond.
Yeah. So the response first, and then the first check, like on Kion.
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
That one after response.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, this one. Got it. Yeah. So the whole response then, or what?
Yeah, do your whole response and then do the check.
Quinn listens to Molt talk about different variants of crystal glass, as well as her findings of her experiments. His expression changes into a pensive one as he considers what he just heard. Firearms, glide ordnances, secure the lining for structures, vehicles, or even just beautifying buildings and everyday items. And the uses, when mastered, are more or less limitless insofar where the mortal creativity can go. However, based on what you told me, you should wait until we come to a better understanding of matter-matter theory and the inner workings of the physical atom. There are sharp minds coming from Tulsi's church to hear very soon, relatively speaking, and by that time, I wouldn't find it odd had we cleared up the AAL too. It lines up almost too perfectly. Well, his expression then turns a bit more serious, assuming no hiccups turn up without a plan to deep clean of Tinkertown. I'm not so certain they won't. In any case, I'd cast the crystal glass out of your mind until we regroup with everyone from Tulsi's church. It's a fascinating matter, but not something that should be thought of too deeply right now. As Lillian then has a figurative light bulb up above her head, Quinn turns to her as she addresses Molt. As Molt turns to give the piece of combusted paper to Lillian, Quinn reaches out, but a bit too late. Wait, Lillian, no, don't you dare! As a beachwear cowboy appears in the room. Air. Well then. Just as he's about to speak, Quinn's eyes widen, as apparently something called a wolf is about to breach into this space. I like that line. It's like
whatever that is.
Yep. Whatever the hell that is. It's shaking his extrasensory perception to a godly level. Great. What the ever-loving hell is that? As Ch.1 responds, Quinn turns to him, and once again, before he speaks, a Bella pops out from the churning darkness. Bella? Is that you, Bella? After a good while of being dumbfounded, Quinn gathers himself. Welcome to the both of you, I guess. Lillian never ceases to surprise me, and apparently you neither, Ch.1. How'd your holiday go? After a small smile that screams, "You weasel," and another sigh, he elaborates. You two are in Tinkertown right now. More specifically, in the smack middle of the surface layer of the settlement. Inside that one's home. He slowly points to Molt before turning his attention to Ch.1. This is actually perfect, now that I think about it. If I'm correct, we'll need all the manpower we can get. We're going to raid a pirate ship, as well as doing good old urban hunting. Let me explain.
So now the check I posted, and then my response.
Use. It's not difficult. It's not too difficult to tell at a glance that Ch.1's quite upset. Though,
No, that's the Ch.1 one, the one that I linked.
Was that not the one?
At least I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah, this is the one that was immediately following your response, as you think a bit more about it.
Okay.
You were trying to figure out what the fuck was that, and you didn't roll very well. They're like, okay, what the fuck happened? You still didn't roll very well.
Yeah, I just rolled poorly.
This is trying to make heads or tails of what the fuck. But you did roll enough to figure out a few things.
Yeah, I rolled enough to get the surface stuff out of the way. You take a moment to really think about why Ch.1 feel the need to stop Bella from doing something like this. The first thing that comes to mind is the most obvious. To stop Bella from teleporting to who knows where. However, that doesn't do anything to answer the next question. How can Bella do this? Ever since she obtained her robe, supposedly she wears it most of the time over whatever else she's wearing due to how convenient it is. Which is that it allows her to now only fly, and pretty fast apparently, but also teleport.
Yeah, not only fly.
Yeah. Though, from what Han described in his last report, it was short-range teleportation. Yeah, this is kind of not short-range.
No, this is not short at all.
And
Well,
As opposed
technically
to-
it is.
it depends on what kind of skill you're used to, because when you're used to portaling between worlds or whatever, that is short.
Well,
range.
see, essentially, the time traveler doesn't really move when they teleport. They literally just bring reality to them. So they, like, as far as movement goes, they just go through the canvas to the other side. So the distance is very, very short. Like, how much they move is very short.
Yep. But the
So
distance
Bella's like,
in...
me too! About that. There's a giant can. Oh, you're just gonna break it, okay. Hence why Biggs is like, what's about to. Oh, yeah! Through the fucking canvas.
Let me tell you why that's bullshit.
Why Bella couldn't get back because it's like, I could have sworn I just teleported like 10 feet just a moment ago. Why can't I go back? Yeah, because we're trying to go back to now is like several kilometers in that direction.
It's
in hundreds of
several-
kilometers. Yeah.
It's only
Eventually,
a
she's
shit
only
ton of-
able to do this because she could follow Lillian.
Mm-hmm.
It's only gives the exact number of miles that way.
That's why Kyon's like, she's too curious for her own good because she's like, wait, she didn't move very far. I can just teleport to where she is now. Breaks everything in the way. Yay, I made it!
Now let me go back. Oh, the taxi left already.
Yep.
Fuck.
Well, Bella, consider this to be a learning experience.
Yeah, so she very, very literally just Kool-Aid man through the canvas of creation. She's like, oh yeah, I was like out through the other side. Because while Lillian can just phase through it, because that's just what, time travelers can do, Bella followed by just breaking through it. Hence why everything just broke. Because she's just like, oops. Kind of broke reality. Let me fix that.
My curious mind be like, okay, I'm gonna have to check to see if that created a new rule to be written in somewhere to prevent this again, because of what could happen as a result.
Well, it fixed itself, so it's not like it's a big deal.
Alright.
It was just, normally this doesn't happen. Normally reality doesn't oopsie-doopsie and break. Well, that's why it's called the canvas of creation. It's the background. She broke the background briefly.
Well,
You know, like Key and 400 juniors with sewing needles are like, motherfucking fuck.
Yeah, more than a few juniors would have been showed up like, what the
but, well, as long... I'm a little disappointed that didn't result in the creation of some new rules, but, well.
Well, technically she didn't do anything that she couldn't do. It's just, normally you don't have a target that you can be like, I want to teleport to that. That's literally on the other side of the canvas of creation. She could only sense it. But since she did it fast enough, which is what I rolled for to see if she would be able to do it quick enough, which she did. She, like, immediately followed Lillian. That's why I was like, okay, so she rolled good enough to do it, so... Well, yep, that happened.
Apparently. Though from what Han described in his last report, it was short-range teleportation. Bella herself even said as much when she happened to show up during the brief exchange you had with Adelheid. Right, because we did meet Bella back then, right?
Yeah, she showed up when you were speaking with Adelheid. And it was like, hey, look at this! Showed you the flying thing, because that's what she's just like, hey, Quinn, look! Flies around.
What the
Teleports
fuck?
a bit.
Boy, was that a surprise. Even after having read it in the report and were expecting it, you still were taken aback by it. Because seeing as the tomboyish little girl you have been accompanying for a few months to very suddenly somehow become a very beautiful woman was like a bucket of ice water to the face. And that was for you. You can't even begin to imagine how this must have taken Adelheid by surprise. Don't worry, Adelheid is still taking the ice plunge. Else, even now as you look at her, it's still a little hard to believe that that little brat somehow turned into this. Suffice to say, Adelheid is one lucky son of a gun.
It's like, Bella's like really hot, so it's just like, when did this happen? It's like, how did you turn from that snot-nosed brat into this?
This, exactly.
Yeah. She is very beautiful. She's just has very bad manners.
Yep.
Not very ladylike, despite her appearance.
Well, that's what Belinda is gonna be for. Is trying to be for.
Yeah, Bella is now making efforts to be more mature now that she's older. She says as much. She's like, well, I gotta grow up now.
In the drop of a hat. Though you're beginning to suspect that maybe her sudden magical aging had a bigger impact on the girl than it first appeared to, as she appears to have aged about 10 years. Which would put Bella right now at about 25, as she was 15 prior. Considering half-elves live easily over 500 to 600 years plus, and that she's half-halfling, she'll very likely live into her late 700s. In the face of that long of a life, 10 years lost is nothing. Did Quinn know about the fucking half-halfling thing? I don't think he did.
No, but and I think about it, he probably would have heard it from Olivine.
Would Olivine have shared something like that with him?
Because it's relevant, because of who she is, she would have shared it with Quinn. Yeah,
All
be
right.
like, hey, by the way, this.
Alright, fair enough.
Because it's like, this is actually like business sort of thing. Because they're
Yeah.
confidants in each other, they share pretty much everything.
Yeah, okay.
You would have technically known this, because Olivine would have been like, hey, I need to talk to you about something. So yeah, she would have talked about that like yesterday. Essentially when the two like caught up, you know?
Okay, yeah, during the fucking trip back from
Yeah.
the bramble forest. Okay, that's fair enough. In the face of that long a life, 10 years lost is nothing. Though 10 years gained right now for Bella, that is actually pretty huge. Especially considering that everyone watching the progression of her magical aptitude has labeled her as a prodigy, yourself included. Just before her sudden aging, she was released from her Warlock Pact and allowed to begin unlocking her true potential as a spellcaster. Before she suddenly aged 10 years. Which, if you're not mistaken, magical aging advances at the body as is, however much time passes. So considering Bella had only just unlocked her potential a few days before this happened, Bella's magical aptitude would have been growing at an astonishing rate under the guidance of Belinda and especially Nefertang. Yep. You fucking intelligence maxers. You abruptly pause as a possibility comes to mind. Did Bella's magical aptitude progress at the rate that it was growing at the time of her magical aging for the 10 whole years that it aged her? As she was and still is growing as a half-elf. So, aging 10 years would only improve her overall body, including her brain, which is where the foundation of a person's magical aptitude lies. The mind simply expands its control over it as a person ages, and with both time and practice. Meaning that if a child has early signs of a high magical aptitude, they have the potential to become extraordinary spellcasters later in life. Bella showed this at a very early age, and was only recently really able to tap into it. Which you cannot help but wonder, was the pact that Bella had actually acting as a limiter of her magical power, and was in fact suppressing it? If so, if that limiter was suddenly removed, and she was allowed to finally begin growing her magical aptitude, it would spark a surge of growth, right at the same time when she was magically aged. Just how powerful is Bella now, really, you wonder? Yeah, might be kinda fucking powerful.
Yep. Now for this last little bit.
Yeah, this one. Was this you or me? I forget. Yeah, because this is a response to my thing.
Sorry, what?
Because this is your response to my thing, right? Yeah. Okay. And then we should be done.
Yup. Let's see here. Mott listens intently to your feedback to her crystal glass, giving a few nods as you voice your thoughts, before eventually offering you a small file.
That would be wise, yes. As I do not have the time or resources to advance this research any further, I will effectively shelve it for later until the others from the church arrive. Until then, I will instead focus what time I would have been using on research to instead prepare what may or may not be needed for operations both here in town and in AAL-R-05.
She then looks back to the entrance of the AAL before continuing.
However, I am unsure we will be able to explore too far into AAL-R-04 without considerable preparations and more people. Because whatever got out there was a big enough deal for the AAL to be completely abandoned. At least until a later day where the Elpidamenos could properly clear it out. Though this would have been before they had realized the degree of emergency that they were facing. So they left the facility with the thought in mind that they would come back with the best that they had available so that they could then clear it out.
She brings a finger to her cheek with a thoughtful look.
Though, I suppose we will just have to wait and see what our initial exploration operation discovers before we can truly say, how bad is it?
After Ch.1 and Bella arrive, and seeing the situation is under control, Malt takes her leave again from the facility to catch up with Eliwick outside, leaving you to be able to speak freely of the operation and what is about to happen, where you fill in both Ch.1 and Bella on what is to come, during which time Lillian was so kind as to dump both of their two's belongings on them, quite literally. Upon your finishing going over the plan, Ch.1 gives a nod with the tip of his hat. Let's see. Well, it sounds to me that my talents would be best suited meeting up with this Conley fellow, running interference for you all, which should go far to keep the city guards thinned out, and guessing where the action is, or is about to happen. He gives a few small nods, which will go far for the second half of the operation. The less resistance you face, the more smoothly you can go on from target to target to the next. Else, I reckon that if Conley and I can keep the guard busy enough, it may only take you all a few short minutes to capture each of the targets, not in the churches. Either way, seeing how well thought out Sophia's plan is, there will be ample time to seek out additional targets. However, this is also where dodging the city guard will be most difficult, as you never know exactly where you might find one of these divine champions or when they might find you all. So stretching the city guard thin, probably a wise course of action. Man then reaches over and plops his hand atop the head of the considerably shorter half-elf woman beside him. Besides, you have this here little lady to help you move things along, so eliminating your targets, those with them, as well as witnesses should be considerably easier. He then looks to Bella as he continues. A funny thing fate is now, ain't it? Why, Belinda was just saying the other day how you need more battlefield experience, as you can find yourself in a situation where you have to make tough decisions before long. On the down to see expression as he continues. With magic as powerful as yours is shaping up to be, collateral damage will be unavoidable at times, as it's pretty clear at this point that your magic does not discriminate with destruction. So, every now and then, you'll find uninvolved parties, objects, and even people who will get caught
in it either unintentionally, inadvertently, or unfortunately. Ken points down at her candidly. So getting a taste of what that's going to look like in a relatively controlled environment will be a priceless experience for you, young miss. Because the unfortunate thing about war is that innocent people die, and at times by our own hands. However, sometimes sacrificing a handful of innocent lives is the key to preventing what would have been a loss of hundreds or even thousands of innocent lives down the road, had we not done what we did. Young gestures a thumb to the entrance, because that is precisely what this here operation Quinn's running is, preventative measures. By eliminating these foreign guards' high stations and whatever VIPs you can get your hands on, you all will be saving God knows how many innocent lives and the suffering these individuals would have caused down the line. Rather than gives Bella's chest just under her collar a poke before continuing. Y'all keep that in mind so that you can rest easy knowing what you're about to do, because you won't be the only one out there ending innocent lives of people for the greater good. Understood? Bella lets out a small sigh, with her ears lowering a bit as she answers with a somber expression.
I understand. I totally knew that something like this was gonna happen. Or gonna end up happening after the incident back at the Thieves Guild. I was totally shocked at just how many of us were not only unshaken by what happened, but some of us didn't even flinch at all. Cups her hands over her chest, somewhat tightly, she continues. In fact, I found myself asking, just what have these people seen and done for scenes like this to be so totally normal for them? How could anyone be so numb to this degree of death? Young woman silently shakes her head. I spoke with Belinda about it shortly after we reached the church, and she told me that scenes like that are totally not uncommon in war at all, and that she has personally seen more than her fair share, a handful of them in her lifetime so far. Ella pauses for a few moments before managing a wry smile. I knew that my choosing to remain at this age would I'd have to grow up super fast and become more mature, and not only in mind, but in everything. He pauses for a few moments before looking up to Ch.1 with his expression. Because I am queen now. Things like what we are about to do are merely a brick on the long road I must pave in order to take back what is rightfully mine, and to free my people of my kingdom too. So if what we're about to do is something that I'm just gonna have to get used to, then I may as well start getting used to it now. Ch.1 offers the woman a genuine smile at this before tipping his hat. That there's a good answer, little lady. Just be sure to follow Quinn's instructions, and I'll be sure you'll be just fine. Bella then turns to Quinn, who are offering a wry smile. This sort of thing is very new to me. She trails off for a brief moment before clenching her fists and pulling them to her chest and donning a determined look as she does. But I'll do my best not to let you and the others down. And then I believe this next one's the last one.
Yeah. This response from me. Once Molt leaves and Quinn finishes briefing both Bella and Ch.1, he nods at Ch.1's words to both himself and Bella. You and Conley make for an excellent duo to stretch the numbers of the guard even thinner, which will be irreplaceably appreciated in the first part of the operation. Yeah. Though, we don't need to exactly worry about divine champions due to what I am. If anything, as you said, leaves ample time for us to go for additional targets. That's always good, because if I'm being frank, there's a festering hole of pus that needs to be extracted. The more we get out in one fell swoop, the better. I'm not sure if I like this more British-ish accent or not. I'll figure it out. Ethan turns to Bella, giving her hair a bit of a ruffle before he talks. You've grown up in more ways than one. You haven't really been sheltered from violence and other horrid acts that mortals and others can do, but as Kion said, this is a prime opportunity to learn to live with it a bit. Once the operation to take down the Red Dragon Empire moves on to West GCC, it'll be hell on Diothetus. We need everyone to be okay with wrongs to be committed by then. Constantly. He then continues after a small smile. Stick with us, and you'll be fine. What I just told you, and Kion, is what we'll be largely doing, but as for places, just stick with any one of us, and don't get lost. We can talk later about what that little hitchhike you took was, but for now, there's more important matters at hand. He then nods over to Sophia. What kind of pirate look do you want to have? Because where we're going to first, we'll need it. Cosmetics and all that.
Yar!
Yarr!
Alright, then I have like one response to do to that, and then the session.
Yeah.
Yay, and we're caught up.
Yup. Also, I need to I need to update my meme. I need to update this now.
Update what?
I need to update that.
What that?
So this is the end of the not so many session then? As in, we stop here.
Yep.
Okay, ending recording here.
Hey!